Tuesday.
Don't worry, Kay. We'll be out of here soon. You two grab a hold of something. You better butter your biscuits, boys. They should be thrown in the airlock and injected.
Wednesday.
It's like total overkill. We just used a child's soul to destroy you completely. What a waste of a child's soul. Especially since Pretzel's apparently still... Oh no, he...
Thursday.
There it is.
He has no son? What?
That's funny. That took like a solid 10 seconds to go off. What the fuck, dude?
Friday.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, come on, man. What, you just gonna keep me knocked out the whole time, dude? Alright, there we go. At least he broke it. What was that, a fucking 2x4 or a baguette? I mean...
Nice shot!
Monday. Tuesday.
Don't worry, Kay. We'll be out of here soon. You two grab a hold of something. You better butter your biscuits, boys. They should be thrown in the airlock and injected.
Wednesday.
It's like total overkill. We just used a child's soul to destroy you completely. What a waste of a child's soul. Especially since Pretzel's apparently still... Oh no, he...
Thursday.
There it is.
He has no son? What?
That's funny. That took like a solid 10 seconds to go off. What the fuck, dude?
Friday.
Oh shit, dude. Oh, come on, man. What, you just gonna keep me knocked out the whole time, dude? Alright, there we go. At least he broke it. What was that, a fucking 2x4 or a baguette?
Up till diving. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Monday. Tuesday.
Don't worry, Kay. We'll be out of here soon. You two grab a hold of something. You better butter
Alright,
your biscuits,
I'm done
boys.
screwing around.
They should be thrown in
Welcome,
the
welcome.
airlock.
What's up, Noah? How's it going, dude? Happy Thursday. Another Ace Attorney Thursday. We don't have a death counter for this. What are we doing? What are you doing? Mix it up. You're drunk. Here we go. Cool. All right. Oh, shit. My controller died. Might have to restart the emulator. That's okay. It'll only take a second. But yeah, happy Thursday to Noah and anybody else who might already be here. The prestigious floating head of Ray. Yeah, old Uncle Ray lost his body back in the war. Doesn't mean I can't give a hug, though. Well, actually, I guess I still have my body. It's just right here. Oh, you son of a bitch. I hate spiders. Welcome, dude. So I tried to think about the story so far, so I think I should be able to give a pretty concise recap. And we got the last time stream right here, so we'll do our little recap, shall we? All right, so the story so far, this isn't last time stream, but this is like the whole thing. We've been on this one for a minute. Is that I think some time has passed, and we hadn't seen Kay for a bit, but all of a sudden Kay pops up in our life again, in Edgeworth's life. I guess it probably wasn't that much time. And sorry, I was just trying to think. Was Kay in the last case with the whole fountains and stuff and the food wars or whatever? Was she? I don't know. Was she even in that case? So this might have happened sort of like that. Might have been the time she was away. I don't remember. Either way, sorry. We end up seeing Kay, and she's lost her memory, and she's been hurt, and apparently she had fallen from a skyscraper, which is pretty crazy. So because she didn't remember who she was, we tried to help her, and I guess the nurse who had like charge of her health or whatever found Edgeworth's card on her body or whatever, so that's why she brought him to Edgeworth, or she brought her to Edgeworth. So we were talking to the nurse, we found out where she was found. So it was at this skyscraper. So we went to the very top floor, and we tried to help her remember, and she remembered being attacked by someone in a red like raincoat or something. And while we were at the tower, we ended up finding out that there was actually a murder that happened that very same night. And the murder happened in the very top floor, and that happened to also be the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, or the PIC, as we call them for short, who, for context, are the people who are against Edgeworth and want to take his badge from him. So they're like the bad guys. So that's where they meet, and we were going to actually have our hearing that day to lose our badge. But then this murder happened. So the murder happened in the PIC meeting room. And it's suspected to be Kay as the murderer because there is a letter that's found on the body that has Kay's name. And so they automatically assume, point the finger at Kay. Kay, not remembering anything, isn't sure if she killed somebody or not, but really, really hopes she didn't. But what happens is they try to take Kay in. We try to defend Kay because we know Kay would never do that. But they are ready to arrest Kay. And so at some point they get like Courtney's there, and she's obviously the one pointing the finger, and Sebastian's following along. And we also found Sebastian's dad. His name is Blaze. He's actually the head of the committee, so he's also present now. Big baddie, I guess. But I think he's pretty disappointed in his son too. So it's kind of a funny relationship, if you ask me. Anyways, so it all kind of amounts to Edgeworth just going ahead and throwing away his prosecutor's badge. He's like, you know what? Fuck this. If you guys are not in search of the truth, then I do not care to be a prosecutor any longer, if that is not what that means. And so he just like puts it away. He's like, this is the path I choose. And so Kay gets really upset because she didn't want him to have to make such a big decision in his life based off of her. And so she like runs away. She's also trying to get arrested, so she runs away. But so we run after her, and so Edgeworth ends up finding her, and so we kind of try to protect her or whatever, but we need to investigate further. So we go back to the scene to try to get her to remember more, and through her memories and these contradictions and the things that she's remembering, we find out that she didn't actually fall from the entire skyscraper. She actually she fell into a hatch, and then we found the hatch where she would have fallen. And right after we found that hatch, like very conveniently, someone shows up that we've known from the past, and it was Emma Sky. She shows up, so she's like perfect because she's like a forensics team all on herself. So she comes along to help, and we go down into the hatch, and so we find some crazy stuff in that hatch. First and foremost, this is actually last week now. We've entered into that realm. First and foremost, we find all of these pieces of evidence from past games. See, there's Emma. Past cases, but also past games. There's a couple of them from Phoenix Wright era. Just mute this really quick. And what is happening here is they all have prices on them. So it's all this evidence from cases that's being sold or something. And we end up through talking to another familiar face who was, you saw her on the screen earlier, Lotta Hart. She was apparently there taking pictures of people entering this room through the hatch and then going over to this lift that you see Ray standing on right there. So we end up finding out that that lift that Ray is on lowers down into the PIC committee room, and this whole like layer of the building is not on the blueprints. So this is like a secret floor that they're housing all of this stuff in. It's like a storage room for the PIC. And what Lotta saw down in the PIC from up here was a group of people who were participating in an auction. And so there was this auctioneer, you know, who was auctioning off this merchandise, I guess, or whatever, this evidence. And one of the people who bought one of the items went up the lift with the auctioneer, like they called him the conductor. Here's how they refer to him in the game, but they're basically the auctioneer. And they went into this room that they're standing in right now, and they murdered them. And so she said she was there, and she heard the murder, but she didn't see it happen. She went to go take a picture, and there was just one person with a red raincoat on that was standing there, so she didn't see the auctioneer anymore, who was wearing this white, like, button-up, like, fancy, like, suit, like, full get-up. Oh, yeah, everybody, I forgot to mention, in the auction was wearing a mask. That's what that whole, like, wall of masks a second ago was all about. And... nice, look at that. That's a good picture. Two really cool characters right there. So, let's see. Where did we go from there? Was there anything else in that room that I needed to mention? I don't think so. Well, I could mention this. So, the dead body. I need to talk more about the dead body. So there was a murder, right? The murder was of a woman named Jill. Jill is a member of the PIC, the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, who's against Edgeworth. And so she was also found in a particular set of clothes that would indicate that she was the auctioneer, aka conductor of the auction. So basically, whoever like killed the auctioneer killed Jill. That was the same murder, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So our hypothesis, Edgeworth, is that they were murdered up here, obviously, because Lotta said that she was in here. She's sort of like a witness in a way. And that they brought the body down the lift and then had the body in the PIC committee room. And for some reason, who is it against it? Blaze and what's her name? Courtney are both against that idea, and they still obviously think it's Kay. They're very hell-bent on blaming this on Kay. So it really seems like, to me, that Kay is sort of like a convenient scapegoat that they used to, one, get at Edgeworth further, and maybe to sort of cover up something that they were going to do to, like, eliminate Jill, because Jill was maybe, like, not agreeing with them or something, is sort of my idea. That ends up becoming very clear after we start to sort of argue and debate with Blaze, which is sort of where we ended up on our stream last week. Let me get there. Yeah, this is our debate with Blaze, and he basically comes out and just says that, yeah, he's just trying to frame Kay. Guilt has already been decided. And I'm trying to think what was the last thing that we figured out. Don't toy with me, or such an act would be tolerated. I mean, look at little Edgeworth Domworth go. Let's see. Because, yeah, he was saying that the truth doesn't matter because it doesn't ultimately, Blaze was like, it doesn't ultimately affect anything, so the truth is worthless. You know, it's only as good as whatever it can get you or whatever seemed to be his opinion of the truth, and that's why he has abandoned the idea of the truth or whatever. So that is where we were. So now we've been, I think, summoned in front of the committee finally, minus a member, obviously, because Jill's gone. Remember, she died, if you will recall. So, yeah. I guess this is our hearing, I suppose? All right. That was the recap. Let me go ahead and pull up that walkthrough just so I'll already have it up, because I'll need it later. That's for sure. I mean, maybe not. This is probably the game I've done the best in. I've not had to look at the walkthrough near as much in this one. Oh, yeah, we do have one more case. Okay, I thought we did, but yeah, we do have one more case. That is wiki wild, you know what I'm saying? Where were we at here? Must have been right after that. Yeah, there we go. PIC meeting room. Okay, that's where we're at. All right, shall we get started? Hey, hello to anybody else who's come in since before my recap. I know I went on a long monologue there. It's been 15 minutes. I guess just 10 minutes, but of me talking. All right, let's go. Let's just do this. April 6th, 8:30 a.m., Grand Tower PIC meeting room. Thank you, Noah. Hopefully everything is clear and you guys understand what's going on. 10 members are present. The quorum has been met. From here on out, let the council begin. Now to make you some recap music. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, for sure. What I really should do is just, and I've done this before in the past, but I've just been neglecting it, is I usually put Ace Attorney music on for at least these recaps, you know, especially since they can be so long. But yeah, I was even actually thinking before the stream, I should make like a scene for the recap, and then even make like a transition that's like, last time, or whatever, you know what I mean? That could be kind of fun. Because maybe I can come on to the chatting screen, and then transition from there to the recap scene, or whatever, and then when I'm done with that, then we can go back to this. There's got to be a way to make it smoother, I guess, you know what I mean? And I think recap music could be great, because if I had general music I could use for any game, that would be awesome. So if you want to do that, Noah, I'll donate, dude. You know I will. Don't make me do it. Alright, here we go. Today's deliberation shall be about Miles Edgeworth's aptitude and ability as a prosecutor. Let our members discuss this matter with a clear conscience of the goddess of law.
A clear conscience. Don't make me laugh.
Courtney, please give us your report.
On April 5th, Prosecutor Edgeworth carried out an illegal investigation and resisted arrest. He was arrested by two of our members who caught him in the act, myself and Blaze DeBest. Prosecutor Edgeworth disrupted the investigation of attorney Jill Crane's murder.
Pish posh, I'd make just for you to have it, and then I'd still donate to you, buddy. Because I gotta show you how much I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
He claims that the culprit, Kay Faraday, was arrested without sufficient evidence. Even now, his claims remain unchanged.
Tell us more about the murder incident. I love hearing about murders.
On April 5th, the victim's body was found here, in the PIC meeting room. Regarding the details,
I, Sebastian DeBest, the best prosecutor, will enlighten you.
the prosecutor in charge, Sebastian DeBest, will explain the rest of the details.
The murder happened on the night of April 4th. The victim was one Jill Crane. On the same night, a black market auction was being held in this very meeting room. I guess Miss Crane was taking part in the auction. Yep.
The murder occurred in the middle of the auction, did it not?
When Miss Crane was found, she was dressed like the conductor of the auction. However, based on the fact that the auction continued after the murder occurred, I've deduced that Miss Crane could not have been the conductor.
Yeah, that's right.
You weren't the one who made that deduction. You son of a bitch, little shit.
Sebastian, please show everyone the basis for the arrest of the culprit.
You got it, Justine. Kay Faraday was unable to bear the weight of her good conscience.
I believe you mean her guilty conscience.
Yes. It was her guilty conscience that drove her to confess the crime. According to her confession, on the roof of this building, she met a figure in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
So Crane was wearing the red raincoat?
Yes, that's correct. The culprit used the conductor's clothes as a red herring to mislead us. At the time of the murder, Miss Crane was wearing a red raincoat.
It was I who discovered the raincoat near this building.
He did? I'm not sure it was with a forensics team. Wait, I'm sure it was the forensics team who found it.
To be more precise, it was the forensics team under Sebastian's orders who discovered it.
I thought as much.
According to the blood analysis, the person in the red raincoat and Miss Crane were the same person. The decisive evidence is the culprit's own confession. She testified that she killed her. That's right. The culprit is Kay Faraday. It couldn't have been anyone else but her.
Well then, Edgeworth, if you have any objections, let's hear them.
I have no objections.
I see. Seems all the fight's gone out of you after your little...
I have no objections to your claim that I investigated illegally. I admit to that. However, I object to the claim that Kay is the culprit. I will testify that Sebastian's investigation was fair and just.
Of course it was, Justine. Don't you know that I'm the fairest of them all?
Edgeworth, my boy, despite how things may seem, I actually kind of like you. If, and this is just an if, you see, if you were to withdraw your objection, you might be sitting on this side of the bench tomorrow.
What?
I'll ask you one more time, Edgeworth. Do you have any objections?
Don't take me for a fool. I'd advise you to watch what you say. This man is the one who should watch what he is saying. I'm talking about the case, not about a chair. I demand a testimony. By all means, let me hear it. I want to know how the PIC understands this case.
A testimony from us, huh? Fine then, if that's what it takes to make you happy. Courtney, give him the materials from the investigation.
Sir? But that's...
It's the end of the line for him. I'll let him go out in a blaze of glory.
If you insist, Mr. Chairman. Received evidence from Judge Courtney.
Why don't we have Courtney give the testimony?
I have no objections.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Don't worry, Kay. You just watch from over there. I'll handle this. Summary of the case. You know, I always thought it'd be funny to try to make part of my Strange Planet Sunday setup a little like thing that makes us do the eye thing, where it's like between like me and you, Noah, or something. If it's just me and you doing like the competition stuff to make that like transition. I think it'd be kind of fun. I think I could probably figure it out, but I'll have to mess around. Miss Crane went to the black market auction as a customer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. Was the red raincoat from the first case? Wasn't somebody wearing a red raincoat? Like the killer? Shelley the killer? The head, two head, eyes locked. Yeah, exactly. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform, where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. That was how she met her end, and that concludes my summary of the case. The red raincoat was up for auction. Is that a fact? It is quite likely. The red raincoat had been a piece of evidence in the assassination attempt on the president of Zhengfa, as you well know. Okay, yep, that's exactly what I was talking about. Originally, it should have been stored in an appropriate place. But when I asked about it, I learned that it went missing. And it somehow made its way to the black market auction. Certainly a natural conclusion.
My, well done, Courtney. Your explanation of it is as clear as ever.
I am much obliged. Prosecutor Edgeworth, will you concede defeat now? Sorry, but I don't plan on it. I see. I am relieved.
Relieved? What does she mean? Come to think of it, her reason for questioning me yesterday remains a mystery. Just what is she thinking?
Rebuttal. Summary of the case.
Miss Crane went to the black market auction as a customer.
So you're saying that a member of the PIC was involved in illicit dealings?
Regarding that, I have no response.
He's right, you know. After this hearing is over, we're going to have to clean up our act.
A splendid decision, Mr. Chairman.
Now. It is only natural, you see. There is no need to flatter me, you know. But, you know, that has nothing to do with you at all, Edgeworth. Because by then, you won't even be a prosecutor anymore, you see. Well, now that this tearful business has been cleared up.
Yes, sir. I will continue. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction.
So the red raincoat was also up for auction. Isn't that what we just asked, basically? Just worded it every way.
Yes. It had belonged to Shelley the Killer.
Based on the circumstances, we must consider that it was an item up for auction, you see.
That was what he wore when he targeted the president of Zhengfa.
There was a mannequin that was positioned unnaturally amongst the auction goods. That may have been where the red raincoat had been on display.
Do you know how the goods were procured?
We're certainly investigating it, but it's none of your concern, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Soon, you will be nothing more than an ordinary individual, and then you will be finished.
It seems the results of this deliberation have already been decided.
Enough about me. Please continue your testimony.
Since the raincoat had been up for auction, we believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it.
Why would the victim immediately leave her seat?
That had to do with how the auction was conducted. It seems that after the winning bid, the winner was required to pay for the item immediately.
That matches up with Miss Hart's testimony.
We believe that Miss Crane paid her bid for the raincoat, and then immediately tried to leave the auction. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform.
The victim was a PIC member. Couldn't she have also just left from the meeting room?
If she had done so during the auction, then its existence would have been revealed to the public.
Since Miss Hart knew about it, it seems the cat is already out of the bag.
The customers were required to enter and exit from the hatch. Miss Crane was simply following protocol.
But how did her... What about her, the security scan? Is that part of that? Because she came in through the door, because she... Right? We have the log?
Considering where the murder took place, she must have tried to leave through there. Miss Crane went out of the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday.
Why would Kay do such a thing?
We intend to question her about that later.
Later? That seems to be your favorite time for interrogations.
If the culprit was aware that the customers were required to exit from the hatch, it would have been easy to lie in wait for an ambush. Miss Crane was attacked when she was leaving the hatch. That was how she met her end, and that concludes my summary of the case.
Met her end? What do you mean by that?
She passed away. Or, to be more precise, she was murdered.
The candelabra was one of the items in the auction. Therefore, Kay should not have been able to get her hands on it.
If she was able to lie in wait for the attack, then she must have had known that about the storeroom. If she sneaked into the storeroom during the auction, she could have obtained it.
Now, if we only had some way to know for sure where the candelabra was during the entire auction, you know? How about it?
There is no such evidence.
My apologies. We hope to find that evidence soon.
Edgeworth. It's too bad, you know. Seems you won't be able to use this line of attack.
The victim encountered the culprit on top of the roof, and the crime occurred there. According to her reasoning, the murder took place at the viewing platform. But was that really the case? Some piece of evidence must tell the whole story behind it. I should try looking again.
We should take a look, because we got new evidence, right? And we didn't take a look at it. Should we do that? Beep, 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 beep. I don't know what's new. I don't remember what we had before. Worn by the victim's fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Meeting room blood. A pool of blood found in the meeting room. Was it left behind to hide the storeroom's existence? I guess, how does their story explain the body in the middle of the room, the committee room, the PIC chamber? I don't know how they account for that. Maybe that's part of what we're getting at here. Pool of blood found in the meeting room. Was it left behind to hide the storeroom's existence? Costume trunk. The killer hid the victim in this box. A blood stain was found inside. Blood on hidden lift. A blood stain was found on the hidden lift. Blood seems to have dripped down to the floor below. Modest photo. A photo of someone in a red raincoat. Touch check button. They have blood on their hand. That's probably gonna come up. Because why would the person who got murdered have blood on their hand, right? You see that? You see what I'm talking about? Here, I'll zoom in. I got you. Check it out. Right there. Boom! Blood on the hand. Red-handed, bitch. Got you. That's certainly not what we're at now, right? By the participants in the auction, many different types were provided. Same stuffed animal we saw in the Zingfa president's plane, missing left horn. Blood! A lot of testimony. The black market auction was being held in the Grand Tower. The items up for auction were pieces of evidence from past cases. 11 people attended the event, each one of them wearing a mask. The auction continued even after Jill Crane's murder. Nothing in there is like jumping out at me. Victor wore a white jacket with a purple flower, white gloves, and a mask. Victim's letter addressed to the victim, thought to be written by K. Touch. Okay, let's check this out again. To Miss Crane, thank you so much for helping with my plan. I'm glad that we can help each other get what we want. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Please get revenge for 12 years ago. Okay, 12 years ago. 12 years ago. I don't know what that means. Nothing yet. Keycard record. This is what I was getting at earlier. See, we have Jill Crane at 12:52 a.m. So she didn't enter through the hatch. She entered through the door. Right there. Right? Autopsy report. Let's take a look. The victim's body was discovered in the PIC meeting room. The estimated time of death was sometime between late last night and midnight. The cause of death was stab wounds to the left chest with a candelabra. Head wound was post-mortem. Burn mark on victim's hand. Oh, that's a burn mark? Is that not blood on her hand? Is that a burnt mark? Oh. Is that what that is? Coroner Dr. Bonnie Young. I wonder if they've never shown us the coroner's name, so that's interesting. Just holding. Oh, yeah, the burn mark was on top of her hand, but she also had blood on her left hand because we've already established that here. I guess I forgot about that, but she had it in the picture, so that's gotta matter too, right? Because she was alive and she had blood on her hand. Candelabra, three-pronged candelabra, thought to be the murder weapon. Matches the victim's chest wounds. Keycard. A keycard for entering the PIC meeting room was in the victim's possession. Kay's memory, someone walked towards her from behind the stand and pushed her off the roof. Grand Tower pamphlet contains a cross-section of the tower. Yeah, this is not gonna have what we need. I can't imagine. I think we've already used the shit out of that one. Purple flower, cloth decoration shaped like a purple flower was torn off the victim's clothes. Ticket stub used to enter the Grand Tower viewing platform. A letter in K's possession is addressed to K. Let's read this one again. Dear K, I promise that I'll get it back for you. Your most precious memory. Your most precious memory. What does that mean? Like the fact that she's lost all of her memories? Like that your most precious thing, your memory. Jammin' Ninja mask, a replica of the Jammin' Ninja's mask made out of cheap plastic. Yatagarasu's badge, the Yatagarasu's badge K is always wearing. Okay, so I don't get how any of that is necessarily definitely like a contradiction here, but let's go through her testimony again. Miss Crane went to the black market auction as a customer. So, can we try to dispute that? I guess I could try pressing the security check-in thing against that, maybe, because that maybe would be like an indication that she was not a customer because she didn't enter the same way everybody else did. Maybe. The red raincoat was one of the items up for auction. I don't think we can dispute that. I think that is just, that's true. That just seems to be a true fact. Sounds real. We believe that she left her seat after winning the bid for it. She left her seat after winning the bid. I don't have anything to dispute that. The only exit from the storeroom is the hatch that leads to the viewing platform. The hatch that leads... Yeah, that seems true. That or the lift, I guess. Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. I mean, I don't think that's true, but I don't know that I can necessarily press anything against that, you know? That was how she met her end, and that concludes my summary. Okay, the only idea I had was the security thing against she went in as a customer. So we'll save here. We'll try that. File. Save state. Come on. There we go. Present. Keycard record. And try that. Music's still going. Judge Courtney, don't you have a problem with that statement just now? Should I have a problem with it? Exactly. Because there's no problem at all. In that case, you should have refrained from speaking in the first place. Oh, shit. God damn it. Alright, let's look back on that one. Okay, that didn't seem totally strong to me either. Let me go ahead and take a peek at this one. Okay, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh. Okay, I don't really know how I would have thought to do this. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it's what we're going to have to present here against this one, which was Miss Crane went out to the viewing platform where she was attacked by Kay Faraday. I have to show the picture that Lotta took, because I guess that then addresses Lotta's testimony, which it would have made more sense to press her testimony against it because she testified against testified that the murder took place up there. But I guess this will eventually let us, I assume, point to the blood on the hand. So it makes sense to me in that way. There we go. I lost the music. Judge Courtney, I have found it to be strange for a while now. Why is Miss Hart here with us? She is an eyewitness to this case. Isn't it only natural for her to be in attendance? Wow, shucks. I reckon I'm more of an ear witness than an eyewitness. It seems that gaining the trust of others isn't your strong point, Judge Courtney. Perhaps I simply do not wish to be as tactless as you. It appears you have failed to get the witness to tell you the most vital information. Please look at this photo. This was taken by Miss Hart.
This photo seems to have been taken in the storeroom. And what of it?
According to your reasoning, the incident took place on the viewing platform. However, Miss Hart encountered the incident in the storeroom. That's right. It had taken place just before the photo was taken.
What? If that's true, then Justine's reasoning, it's horrible. It's completely illogical.
Exactly, it does not hold up.
What? But her reasoning was supposed to be my reasoning. Am I not the best anymore?
Miss Hart, allow me to ask you again. You saw the person in the photo with your own eyes, correct?
I sure did. I seen him as plain as my own two eyes.
And what did you think at the time?
I figured it was about to get me a big scoop, you know?
I guess that makes sense.
Ahem. That's not what I meant. What did you think of that person?
Huh? Well, I reckon she'd help me bring home up the bacon.
Are you mocking me?
Aw, shucks, don't make that scary old face. It was just a harmless little joke. The person in the red raincoat? I reckon they were the culprit.
I hope you understand now. The crime occurred in the... Now, son of a bitch.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I cannot understand your argument if you do not say it out loud. If you had simply asked, I would have been more than willing to explain.
Explain what?
The sounds Miss Hart heard may not have necessarily related to the case.
That's impossible. Enough of your excuses.
Was the voice that Miss Hart heard really that of Miss Crane? Such a shady conversation must have been something to do with the case. What did her voice sound like? Her voice? Well, beats me. How was I supposed to know? They were both using voice changers. Yes. The voices Miss Hart heard had been altered by a device. We must therefore question whether or not they have any bearing on this case.
What? There's definitely a bearing. You just gotta keep that in mind when you're trying to, like, use that evidence, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude?
She's like, so we can throw it out, because it's inconvenient to me, and I don't like it. You need not object just because you wish to sigh.
Judge Courtney, it seems I have greatly overestimated you.
No. Courtney is quite amazing, you see.
You claim that the sounds Miss Hart heard have no bearing on this case? Even if they do not, it doesn't change the fact that the crime took place in the storeroom. At the very least, the crime must have occurred before the victim went up to the rooftop. The reason being... This evidence proves the crime occurred before the victim went up to the viewing platform. It must be what I was talking about.
Caught ya red-handed.
At first, I thought the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Well, Miss Hart's testimony certainly made it sound that way.
Precisely. It was because she saw that the person's hand was covered in blood. Anyone who heard her testimony would have arrived at the same conclusion. The person in the red raincoat was the culprit, and the blood on her hand was the victim's. However, if the person in the red raincoat was the victim, then the situation changes completely. Since blood can be seen in this photo, it must have been taken after the crime occurred. It seems we've been under the wrong impression in regards to the victim's condition. This photo shows the true condition of the victim. The victim... Oh, what the fuck? Was really the conductor struck the culprit? Was still alive after the attack? The victim was still alive after the attack, I guess. Because the victim does have blood on her hand, right? So that is the victim. But it's just that K didn't kill her, right? Let me save. A little gum save. I call them gum saves because it's like gumshoe. You know, like scumshoe, gumshoe, gum save. Get it? Do you get a gumshoe?
Yeah, pal. Anything named after me is pretty cool.
All right, get out of here. All right, was still alive after the attack. The victim was definitely attacked in the storeroom. Immediately afterward, the victim was seen with blood on her hand. That must mean the victim was still alive even after she was attacked. The blood on her hand must have come from her own wound.
No way! Are you saying that she died from a hand injury?
No, that's not the case. I suspect she just held her hand against the wound. It can't be seen in the photo, but at this moment, she must have already suffered a fatal wound.
Ho ho. If that's true, then it changes a lot of things, you know?
It seems you understand. This refutes the allegations against Kay. Kay encountered the victim after the picture was taken. I believe at that point in time, the victim was already on the verge of death. It's likely Kay just happened to be present when the victim reached the end of their strength.
That is quite the coincidence.
Indeed. I can only say that she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, what about the letters, though? I don't know how to explain the letters. They have to be planted, right, by the true culprit. What if it was frickin' Justine, dude? Wouldn't that be crazy? What if it was Justine or Courtney, Justine Courtney, whatever. I don't remember which is her first and last name. Sounds like two first names to me. If she was the culprit, and then in the last case we have to like be her defense attorney or something, wouldn't that be crazy? All of a sudden everything is turned around. That would be weird. I mean, she's definitely guilty though, so that would be weird if we had to defend her. But I don't know. Just maybe there's something like that, some sort of redemption thing, because we have one more case. This feels so much like it could be the last one, but it's not.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, it seems you have forgotten a crucial fact.
Ah, you mean that, right? He must be pretending that he hasn't noticed it, you see.
What did you say? Are you implying that I forgot something?
Courtney, I think it's about time you gave him his last rites. Hey, Pops. Justine's with me, you know. Don't order her around like that. You know, even though you're my son, you're so embarrassing. I'm not embarrassing.
I'm sorry, but you're both rather embarrassing. I'm embarrassed to be seen with either of you.
Justine, give Mr. Edgeworth his,
Very well. I shall give him his last rites. And then I will kill him too. I mean, and just him. I've never killed anyone. What?
Edgeworth's contradiction.
When the body was found, there was 3 wounds on Miss Crane's chest. I'm sure you're well aware of what kind of wounds those were, right? Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you still say the same thing after reading it?
Well done, Justine. With this, Mr. Edgeworth will.
I will offer a rebuttal, of course.
Why would you do that? Did you hear what Justine just said?
Of course, I did. And I still plan to object to it.
It's not fair! You're always opposing me at every turn!
It was never my intention to oppose you.
What? Really?
It's simply not worth my time.
I see. So that's how it is. Yep. After all, I'm...
That's enough, you know. You're embarrassing your father, you see.
What do you mean, Pops?
Rebuttal. Edgeworth's contradiction.
When the body was found, there were 3 wounds in Miss Crane's chest.
3 wounds. That sounds rather painful.
Indeed. We must punish the culprit accordingly.
Kay, do not listen to what she says. Judge Courtney, please continue your reasoning. As flimsy as it is, I want to hear it.
Very well. She had 3 wounds. I'm sure you're well aware of what kind of wounds these were, right? Why don't you ask Sebastian instead? Of course, Sebastian knows all about it.
Huh? Me? Yeah, I know everything.
He's obviously lying.
Sebastian, maybe you should sneak a peek at the autopsy report, you know? Let's see here. The fatal wound was caused by the candelabra. No, so that's how it was.
Ahem. The cause of the wound was just as Sebastian said. Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. But are they, like, why is nobody addressing, like, the wound on her head? She also had, like, a damage to her head, too. So the cause of death was the stab wound to the heart. Is that correct? Yes. The candelabra pierced right into her heart. Since this was Mr. Young's medical opinion, since this was Dr. Young's medical opinion, it must be the truth.
The coroner's medical opinion follows my own opinion, and therefore, it's perfect.
See, I think because we got to know the coroner this time, that they have to be like part of this, right? Like they have to be guilty or something. It has to be like them or something. I don't know, just because like they never usually show those characters or anybody doing that, but this time they did, and they didn't do that for no reason. So it's gotta be so. Hey, what's up, Charlotte? What's going on? Papa's here too. Everybody's coming on in. Welcome in, everybody. Well, I'm just sitting here hypothesizing. How are you guys doing today? This is Halloween. This is Halloween. This is Halloween. Pumpkins scream in the dead of night. This is Halloween. Everybody make a scene. Trick or treat. Tell the neighbors. They're gonna. I don't know the rest of it. Till the neighbor's gonna die of fright. It's our town. Everybody scream in this town of Halloween. Halloween, 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 Halloween. There you go. I think that is that song. That's what you were doing, right? I can't say I know that song very well. I just know that this is Halloween. Holly, Holly, Halloween. What's up, guys? How goes it? How was your guys' Thursdays? Hope we'll decide we need to listen to Halloween songs tonight. Well, for a little bit, we were listening to Halloween lo-fi in the Discord, but it started repeating a lot of songs, so we're like, all right, we'll have to turn that off for a little bit. We're back to just jazz. Just jazz. Better be what he was doing. You're right, yeah. It's blaring behind me. Oh, really? Right now it is. Holly, Holly, Halloween. I was singing that in the grocery store. Nice. Only good part of Halloween is Nightmare Before Xmas for sure. Nice. That's a really long hashtag. It's hard to read when there's no spaces, you know? Only good part is Danny Elfman music. Danny Elfman music. I don't know that. I don't know what you're referencing. Sorry. Holly, Holly, Halloween.
The coroner's opinion, medical opinion, follows my own opinion. Therefore, it's perfect.
You did a first run. Nice. Oh, yeah. I can't believe I did. He is the composer for Nightmare Before Xmas. Oh, okay. Gotcha. It shows you how much or how little I know. I got to say, I'm not a huge Nightmare Before Xmas fan. I'm not saying I don't like the movie. It's just like, it's not like a favorite of mine. It's a good movie. I just don't. I've only watched it like maybe a half dozen times in my childhood, and I haven't watched it since as an adult. Not that I'm against watching it again. Just like I said, just isn't one of those things that I really gravitate toward. Also, the lead singer for Oingo Boingo. Oh, really? Interesting. That's kind of fun. I certainly cannot ignore the autopsy reports. However, if you guys want a recap of the story so you know where we're at, just let me know.
Hey, don't ignore my opinion.
However, if the cause of death was a stab wound to the victim's chest, wouldn't it contradict that piece of evidence? Wouldn't it contradict that piece of evidence? I think so.
Oh, he's totally ignoring me. Justine, say something.
Yes, I will not allow you to ignore my reasoning. Is there any person who could survive such an injury?
At the very least, we cannot be certain that she died instantly.
Even if she still had a little bit of life left, I doubt she would have held on for long.
Can people survive after being stabbed in the chest?
In some cases, maybe they can. Although, maybe they can't.
Huh? So in the end, which one is it?
No such human exists. If you think they do, then first. Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you still say the same thing after reading it?
According to the autopsy report, the stab wounds were in the left chest the stab wounds to the left chest caused the fatality.
Correct. The autopsy report itself is the foundation for my reasoning.
In other words, I just have to shatter that foundation, right?
I don't find that amusing at all. I look forward to seeing you try. Nevertheless, please take a close look at the autopsy report before you make a rebuttal. Show me that your reasoning is not just mere conjecture.
Very well.
Mr. Edgeworth?
We'll be fine, Kay. There's nothing for you to worry about.
Evidence that the victim was alive after the incident. If I can just find that, Kay will be...
Alright, let's see. We gotta look at that autopsy report. Apparently, the game is slapping me in the face with that autopsy report. We looked at it earlier. Remember, don't press it. I just want to look at it. The victim's body was discovered in the PIC meeting room. The estimated time of death is sometime between late last night and midnight. The cause of death was stab wounds to the left chest with a candelabra. Head wound was post-mortem. Burn mark on victim's hand. And there's something in that. So head wound was post-mortem. Burn mark on victim's hand. I don't know what that says for anybody. Hey, what? Hey, yeah, I know what you mean. What's up, Stella? How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to tell me here. They're all hinting at like hey, look at the autopsy report. And I'm like, what? Happy Thursday, Stella. How are you? How was your Thursday? Ba-ba-dum-bum. Keycard, victim's letter. Because what we need to do is shatter the autopsy report somehow, right? Does it have to do with the conductor's clothes somehow? Because the victim's wearing the conductor's clothes, so that makes me think maybe that could be it somehow. Oh, nice. Use the whodunit. Here, let me go ahead and throw this up quick. And Poseidon? Nice. I think he was killed by Poseidon and a trident. It is a three-prong thing or whatever. They're saying candelabra. You're going trident. Hey, I get it. Makes sense to me. Victim's letter. Three-prong candelabra thought to be the murder weapon matches the victim's chest wounds. Case memory, screenshot. Taco time! Sounds good. Go for it. And I'm okay, Dom. Hope you are good. I made boundaries at work and stuck to them. We teach people how to teach us. Nice. Taco love. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that still. It's good to do that kind of thing, you know? I feel like that's sort of like part of what quiet quitting is in some ways, you know what I mean? Just making sure that you set those boundaries and stuff like that, and just make sure all that stuff's known and don't overdo it or anything. Ticket stuff. I don't know what we need to do with this. What can we use to shatter the foundation of her argument, which is the autopsy report? By the victim's fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Yeah, because I'm kind of confused on how she got from the raincoat to the conductor's clothes, and she got murdered in the... She definitely was murdered in the conductor's clothes, because the holes... I mean, I guess I can't put it past the game to make it more convoluted, but there's holes in the jacket. You know, like of where her wounds were. So she was murdered in those clothes, right? But they're trying to argue that she wasn't the conductor. And it would make sense if she wasn't the conductor because the auction apparently continued, says Lotta. Man, I am not sure. Let's look at Courtney's testimony again and see if we can't pull anything out now that we've just looked at the evidence. Teach people how to treat us. I fucked that statement up. I got you. I kind of figured that's what you meant. Yeah, I get you. Teach them how to treat us. That's good. You got to be open, basically. You know what I mean? That's sort of just like a part of communicating. Because bottling that stuff up and not, you know, expressing that is, they can't. You know, they don't know if you don't say it. You know. Okay, let's see. When the body was found, there were 3 wounds in Miss Crane's chest. I'm sure you're well aware what kind of wounds these were, right? Fatal? Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. Is there any person who could survive such an injury? Please take a close look at the autopsy report. Can you still say the same thing after reading it? There's something about it that I just can't think of. Okay, I'm just gonna have to take a little peek. No big deal. Little peek. Peeky boo. Okay. I feel like I almost got there, but I was still a ways away from making that deduction and that connection. So, what did it say, the third statement? I always gotta go back to the beginning. 1, 2, 3. Yes, she was stabbed in the heart with a 3-pronged candelabra. So, what we're supposed to do is present the red hood. Because remember I was talking about the connection between, like, how did she get from the red hood to the conductor's outfit or whatever, that kind of thing. But there was blood found on the hood, and when they said that, I for some reason I thought that was indicating like the whole coat. It was found somewhere on the coat. I didn't think about it specifically on the hood, because that would indicate with the blood on her hand and her being depicted like in the picture with the red raincoat on, that she suffered the head wound before she was stabbed, because the blood was only found on the hood, which would have been over her head. So she must have had the head wound first and touched that, and that's how she got the blood on her hand, and then she was stabbed later. So that refutes the autopsy report, because the autopsy says the head wound was post-mortem, and I guess that's now going to start putting suspicion on the coroner, I guess, because we did meet the coroner for a reason. You know, they never introduced us to a coroner before, but in this case they have. That's not an accident. That's not a coincidence. There's definitely a reason why they did that. So, all right, let's see here. Let's present it. Let me go ahead and save real quick. Just for the stream, you got it still. Give me just 1 second. Boop. So yeah, so right at the very end of the last one, we left off with, we had investigated the storeroom or whatever, right? And we came down here, and Courtney and Blaze took Edgeworth in and arrested him for illegally investigating a case and harboring a fugitive or whatever, because Kay was supposed to be arrested. That's where we left off. So now we're actually at our hearing right now, Edgeworth is, and we're sort of debating the case now, because I guess because Edgeworth just was like, no, I object to your like facts about the case, and I want you to testify to me about the case. And I guess Blaze was just like, all right, I guess we could do that. Courtney, you want to go ahead and do that? And Courtney was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, whatever, who cares? There's no way he can like do anything or whatever. So it's one of those moments where the baddest bad guy thinks he has the upper hand such that he'll let the it's basically like a tortoise and the hare thing. He's the hare who thinks he's so good that he can fall asleep at the finish line and still win. But Edgeworth is going to be slow and steady winning that race, even though that's not the moral of that story. But he's still going to do it. So it's sort of one of those situations, I feel like. So we're taking advantage of that. And specifically, we're talking about the victim and when they were killed and what wounds took place specifically right now, because the body was found with, here, we'll go ahead and look at the autopsy report real quick. It'll be easier to show than to say. So she had blood on her left hand. She's in the conductor's outfit when she was, dead here. She has a head wound, and she has the puncture wounds to the chest that came from this candelabra. So what we're trying to say is, because of the autopsy report says that the head wound was post-mortem, and so we're trying to refute that. And we're refuting that because there was a picture that Lotta took while she was up there. I think I went the wrong way. Where we can see this is Jill, the victim, and we know that because she has like blood on her left hand, and the blood on the hood was her blood, so we know that that's her wearing that hood. But she has blood on her hand, and she's wearing the hood that has blood on the hood, or sorry, she's wearing the coat that has blood on the hood, and so we know that the head wound came before, while she was still alive, because it said post-mortem on the autopsy, but obviously she was still alive and she had the head wound because she died definitely from a stab to the heart. So she couldn't be here at this point and have been stabbed. So that's what we're refuting right now. There you go. And we're doing that by presenting the coat, the raincoat, because it has blood specifically on the hood and not the chest, which is where she, was killed. Present. Chairman DeBest, do you know what this is? It seems to be a red raincoat. How about it, Courtney?
The victim, Miss Crane, was wearing this earlier. Prosecutor Edgeworth, must I repeat my explanation to you all over again?
I suppose it just might come to that, Judge Courtney. Answer me this. This red raincoat was stained with blood. Do you happen to remember where specifically those bloodstains were located?
Of course I do. They were on the hood. Wait, it can't be.
What does it mean? I'm too stupid to understand what that implies.
Judge Courtney, were there any other bloodstains besides the ones on the hood?
None were detected.
Don't you think it's strange? The victim died from a stab wound to the chest. In that case, there should have been bloodstains on the front of the raincoat. However, the only blood they found was on the hood. This is a huge contradiction. The wound on the victim's head is no ordinary wound. After all, the victim sustained this wound before she was stabbed in the chest.
It does appear that way, doesn't it? The victim first suffered the head wound. If she had already been stabbed in the chest, the raincoat would have been stained with blood. Therefore, it is unthinkable that her chest was stabbed before she suffered the head wound. So the order of the wounds would be first the head, followed by the chest. However, does that really change the situation?
With this, the contradiction is born. One that overturns all of your assumptions up until now. Or all of our, sorry, not just your. Delay, but I was listening the whole time. Thank you for the mini recap. You got it, no problem. Happy to do it.
Is the change really that great? I look forward to hearing it. Well, then this contradiction, why don't you show it to me? With evidence.
Which piece of evidence shows the contradiction that arises from the order of the wounds? The contradiction. Dude, I don't know. A contradiction that arises from it, dude. I'm not quite sure. It lost me a little bit, I think. Let's just see. Oh, duh. It's what I've been focusing on the whole time. I thought we were already past that. Okay. No, this is the moment where I finally say, like, this ruins the autopsy report. Got it. I should have known that. I thought we had already done that just now. Because she realized that it was wrong, right? I guess I just skipped past that in my head. Okay, autopsy report. Still gonna gun save it. There we go. Just in case, dude. This game gets weird. This is the autopsy report written by Dr. Young. According to this, the head wound was post-mortem.
But that's not what the raincoat shows.
Exactly. It's the exact opposite.
Bailiff, hurry and summon Dr. Bonnie Young at once. Until we hear what she has to say, we cannot close the curtains on this case.
Yes, ma'am. Understood. Yeah, I'm telling you, the coroner's probably the bad guy. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this up there again. Coroner's probably the bad guy. Just saying.
Dr. Young is a busy person. It will take some time for her to arrive. In the meantime, let us try viewing this case from another angle. There's something that's been on my mind. One of the key figures in this case. The conductor. We still don't know who that person is.
What's weird is I read online that the translation, like since this is a fan translation, they chose to call it conductor, but the actual translation should have been auctioneer. And I don't know why they chose conductor. I think it should have been auctioneer, right? Like, as far as I understand, that's what they're called. They're not called conductors, but I guess conductor's not totally wrong, but because maybe you're conducting the auction, but I feel like auctioneer is more like on point, right? Weird. Don't know why they chose that.
Now that you mention it, even after our investigation, we still have no idea who it is.
The conductor has come up time and time again during this hearing. However, at this point in time, their identity remains a mystery. How about it? Do you have any ideas?
I'm still not sure at the moment. However, there is someone I have in mind. A certain individual involved with the case who might know something about it.
Who's that?
Blaze the best. I demand your testimony.
What? Don't say such a stupid thing. Why would you suspect Pops?
Are you trying to cast suspicion towards the chairman of the PIC? Do you understand what that means?
Status and prestige mean nothing before the truth. Hell yeah, Edgeworth. Fucking tell him. That man is trying to pin the crime on Kay. The evidence that was in Kay's possession. The ticket stub. The mask. The corsage. These items did not come into her possession out of her own volition. By some method, that man purposely planted them on her personage.
It is hard to believe such a sudden accusation, but I'll ask just in case. Why would he do that?
Obviously to direct suspicion towards Kay. I succeeded in drawing out those words from him earlier.
Mr. Chairman, your response.
Just gonna wave this lighter around. Are you too shocked to speak? And what of it? Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, what of it? You say that you drew some words out of me, but you don't have a shred of proof, you know? No one else heard it but you. It just doesn't work like that, you see? Or do you have something else? You know, some kind of basis for your argument?
His confidence. He also showed it at the cell. That son of a bitch.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I would like you to explain once more. I trust we have your permission, Mr. Chairman.
But of course, I'm pretty interested in this matter myself, you know. I'd like to know just what part of me seems criminal, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no one as honest as I am, you see.
How can he say that with a straight face?
Let's start from the top. The fact that the auction was held in this room is a cause for suspicion. This is the PIC meeting room. I imagine it would be difficult for non-members to enter.
That's why all the members have key cards, you know.
I think we can assume that multiple auctions have been held here before. Therefore, suspecting a member of the PIC would be...
the best.
Yes. Because the conductor had to have been a PIC member.
Wait, no!
What?
What was that all about?
What do I do, Pops? I just helped the enemy.
Just helped him. It'd be so funny if Sebastian did just like end up like seeing the reasoning. He's like, okay, yeah, that does make sense. Okay, yeah, what Edgeworth is saying is making sense, you know? And he's just like too stupid to realize that he's on the bad side or whatever, you know what I mean?
Sebastian really is an idiot, you know? But you see, Edgeworth, I'm not the only one with access, you know?
Indeed. There are 11 members in the PIC. Even if we rule out the victim, Miss Crane, there are still 10 potential suspects.
It's not me, it's not me! Oh, no, it's not me, not me. But it couldn't be the chairman, right? I don't know who it is, but whoever it is just should come forward. Yes, everyone, just calm down, you know? Edgeworth, is that all you got? Where's the evidence to suspect me? Oh, you've fallen silent. But you've gone too far, you see. I won't forgive you anymore. It's too late for regrets, you know? I'm the very important man, you see. Former chief prosecutor and chairman of the PIC. It's fine if you're not prepared to face the fire, you know? Because you see...
Welcome back, Shyla.
Either way, it won't make any difference.
Boom. Because I'm gonna bully you. That's funny.
You've been rambling on for quite a while about the most trivial details, you know? Like the location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and... what else was there? Just doesn't matter, you know? Because you see, none of that means anything, you know? Think about it. We've got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. That's all that matters, you see. She'll even get a lighter sentence with her confession, you know? Now then, if there are any contradictions, be my guest.
How can that be considered a testimony? There must be a contradiction somewhere.
That person. He's very important, isn't he? Mr. Edgeworth, it's all right. Let's just give up. Surely I must have killed her. I can even remember it.
Don't be tied down by your muddled memories. If you want to believe in something, believe in your own innocence. Believe in me, who believes in you.
But...
My opponent is the PIC chairman. Taking him down won't be easy, however. He has underestimated me. If I could take advantage of that...
Because I'm gonna bully you. Alright, I think I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, guys. We've been going for about an hour now, so, I mean, it seems like a good time to take a little stretch break, you know what I mean? So, yeah, welcome back once again, Shryla. We will be back in just a moment. So, yeah, don't go away. We'll have more Ace Attorney after this.
Monday, Tuesday,
Don't worry, Kay. We'll be out of here soon. You two grab a hold of something.
You better butter your biscuits, boys.
They should be thrown in the airlock and ejected.
Wednesday,
It's like total overkill. We just used a child's soul to destroy you completely. What a waste of a child's soul. Especially since Pretzel's apparently still... Oh no, he...
Thursday,
There it is. He has no son! What? That's funny. That took like a solid 10 seconds to go up. What the fuck, dude?
Friday,
Oh shit, dude. Oh, come on, man. What, you just gonna keep me knocked out the whole time, dude? Alright, there we go. At least he broke it. What was that, a fucking 2x4 or a baguette? I mean... All right. We're back with more Ace Attorney. We are now going to do our rebuttal. Yeah, how were those tacos, Shine? What kind of tacos you get? Thank you, Noah. Appreciate you. Blaze, you've been rambling on for quite a while about the most trivial details, you know? If these trivial details create contradictions in the case, we cannot call it the truth. Oh my god, so good! I love that for us. Oh yeah. Glad to hear it. What kind of tacos do you have? Just some Regular old tacos? Hell, any type of taco is a good taco. It's fine, as long as the rest of the case makes sense, you know? Every case is going to have a small contradiction or two, you see. But if we get bogged down by the details, we won't be able to arrest the criminal. Trials will go on forever, you see. You, of all people, should know that. You know? Try the Beyond ground beef and it's super duper delicious. Nice, that's cool. I would love to try some of that. I've heard the Beyond meat is pretty good for your brain. I don't. That's why I'm asking you. Ah, young folks these days. Anyways, you were rambling on about stuff. Like the location of the murder, the order of the wounds, and... what else was there? The autopsy report, and the questions about the conductor. Were you even listening? Talk is cheap, you know? I was listening, you see, but I didn't think much of it, you know? You didn't think much of it, even after I brought up all those issues? Perhaps your judgment needs to be questioned, rather than my ability as a prosecutor. That's a good one, Edgeworth. But you see... it just doesn't matter, you know? Because you see, none of that means anything, you know? How can you say it doesn't matter? Are you trying to suppress the truth? Well, you see, it simply doesn't matter as much as you say it does, you know? You see, Edgeworth? You're only saying it matters to avoid the real issue here. Think about it. You've got the suspect herself saying she killed the victim. It may be true she confessed. However, that does not make it the truth. She is suffering from her memory loss, so we must question the credibility of her testimony. Objection! Is that what it's supposed to sound like? Even if you say that, you know, still won't solve anything. What good will it do to deny her confession? Sounds like nonsense to me. Want to try asking her again? I think she'll just say that she's the murderer again, though. Very well. Let's try asking her again. One last time. I'd like to hear from Kay herself, whether or not she's the culprit.
Huh? From me?
Will that be all right? If this goes poorly, it will be quite unfavorable for you.
I do not mind. However, I shall ask Kay the question myself. I'm moved to tears, you know? Oh, how touching, you know? How very touching. Fine then, I'll let you ask her. However, I have one condition. If all this proves to be a waste of time, then that will be the end of it. How does that sound? The end of the hearing? Yes, yes. It seems you can be the smart one. You can be smart once in a while, Sebastian. In other words, you see, if she confesses again, Kay Faraday will be found beyond a shadow of a doubt guilty. Yup, it's a fine idea. Guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, that's right.
That's harsh. But either way, if I do nothing, she'll be declared guilty.
What is beyond your expectations? What do you mean by that? Did he say that? My bad. It's the Beyond Meat version of expectations. It's not real expectations. It's like made out of vegetables and stuff. You know what I mean? You know? Kay!
Yes?
I know what I'm asking you is unreasonable, but please, I want you to answer me. It doesn't matter how tiny it is. Do you remember anything? Anything that would prove your innocence?
Why? Why would you go that far? For me? I can't do it. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to remember.
Papa is making wordplay with the brand name of the meat I ate. Cute, I like it. Hee hee, I like to be punny. Slaps me. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I figured it out then. I did figure it out. I thought maybe that's what it was after a second.
Because I might have done something even worse. If that were the case, I would only be making things worse for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay Faraday must have been a despicable criminal. Someone who betrayed your trust.
Boom! Uncle Ray is in a jar. Come give me a hug.
Someone who betrayed your trust.
Don't worry. We've only known each other for a short while, but I know you very well. I'd even say that I know you better than yourself, now that you've lost your memories. You cannot possibly be the culprit, because your true identity is the Yatagarasu. I guess. Because that would be like her other identity, right? Fine, I'm saving, dude. I'll try it, but I'm saving. Do a little gum save. So I'm picking the Yatagarasu's badge. Makes sense to me. The Great Thief, Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is a noble thief who would never stoop to murder. Aww.
No, it's useless. After all, no matter what, that memory still remains. This image that's stuck in my head, I can't get rid of it. That means I must have...
There's no clear evidence to prove that you're the culprit besides your own confession. Remember what I said? You must believe in yourself. Or perhaps you cannot trust my words.
No, that's not it.
Do you have the foot pedal set up how you like? Yep. I mean, it's pretty much exactly like the last house, honestly. There's not much to do, just sit on the floor. Yeah, it was pretty easy setup. I am thinking about making one of them toggleable to do either of my PCs. I've been considering that, but I don't know if that'll be worth it or not, but I might. Depends on how it acts when it switches between PCs.
It's because you are trying to save someone like me. You've already lost so much, all for my sake. I can't bear it anymore. Please, please just give up.
I see now. I thought it was strange. The reason you were acting like you wanted to be found guilty was because you were concerned about me. That is just like you, Kay.
It's because you're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Unfortunately, I may fall short of your expectations. I am not trying to be a good person. Yeah, I don't know the complexity of how long it would take to set up your equipment, so I'm glad it's running smoothly. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was glad that I could even get to the full setup as quickly as I did. We only had to do Domm Dynalite twice? I think I only did 2 streams with Dynalite. So not bad, not bad. Maybe it was 3. No matter how much you may want me to give up, I'll keep trying to save you. That is the nature of who I am. Whether or not it's a burden for you is none of my concern. Kay, believe in yourself once more. You are a noble, great thief. What you should be doubting is your memory of committing the murder. That is my wish, above all else. Please. Coaching the witness. Oh, she's remembering. Kay!
What is it? Do you remember something?
If she remembers something now, be like a bad movie.
Hey, what's up, Tank? How's it going? Welcome in. Good to see you, my friend. How are you? How was your Thursday?
Bull.
Bull? Is she about to say bullshit?
Bullshit.
No, she's talking about the stuffed animal, right? That's probably what it was, right? This little bull thing, maybe? It's the only bull I know of.
Bull?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, please ask her to clarify.
Well, Kay, what do you mean by bull?
I remember now. The person in the red raincoat had that with her. The stuffed bull doll. I'm certain of it.
Is that true? Is that true, defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court hereby accepts the defendant's statement as a new piece of testimony.
Objection.
Quit messing around, Courtney. A testimony like that cannot be accepted, you know?
No objection has been noted, sir. However, testimony about the victim's belongings
Has been lacking up until now. Nevertheless, you know, her vague memories cannot be trusted, you know?
Her memories are vague. That would be bad for us as well. Didn't you say this earlier yourself, Mr. Chairman? Since we have the suspect's confession, we don't need to worry about the trivial details. If we decided to doubt her memories,
Yeah, right? There you go.
then we must also doubt her confession, which is the main foundation of our case.
And is a checkmate against that argument.
Are you willing to do that, sir?
Ah, you're right. Well, never mind then. I shall leave it to you.
Thank you very much.
We did it. It was tough and it was touch and go for a while there, though. However, those words of Judge Courtney just now, it almost feels as if she's on our side.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know anything about the stuffed animal?
The stuffed animal Kay spoke of must have been this. We found it in the storeroom. It is believed to have been one of the items up for auction. Have you seen Ray in this case? Yes. Ray was with us last week because he helped us investigate when we were investigating with Kay illegally. And he was there on the platform and he wanted to hug Emma. But the reason why he's not here now, I think, is because this is supposed to be Edgeworth's hearing to lose his prosecutorial badge or whatever, his prosecutor's badge. So I think that's why Ray's not here. Who knows? Ray might show up, you know what I mean? Like, I got a piece of evidence. Give me a hug. You never know.
This is...
Do you know something about it, Justine?
No, it's just a bit different from what I imagined.
Oh, she knows something, dude. That's sus. That's super sus.
Indeed, it's certainly not what I would have expected the victim to be carrying. Let's examine every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
How about its stupid face? Can I not? I guess that's not good enough. There's one horn. Let's look at that. The right horn seems to be fine, but the entire balance feels a bit off.
This horn. It looks like you can move it.
Is it like a secret compartment? Could put your weed in there, dude. You know what I'm saying? Hey, good morning, Crispy. What's up? How's it been? What? Bzz, bzz. All of a sudden, something blows up.
What was that buzzing sound?
Seems this toy is equipped with a recording device. Bzz, bzz. Oh, let me see.
And the... I knew who you were right away. You can't hide the burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. Ah!
Is this the moment of the murder?
Who could have recorded something like this?
stuffed animal data updated in my organizer.
This is. There ain't no doubt about it. This here's what I heard.
We cannot verify when these voices were recorded.
Did a quick morning shop. Forgot the apples, but never mind. Oh, damn. That's all right. You can get the apples next time. You got any plans for the apples? I was just watching an episode of Nailed It today where they made candy apples. That look like could be kind of fun.
It's also possible that they aren't related to the case at all. If only we had some video as well.
That's hogwash. I'm telling you, that right there was the conversation that I heard. The victim was holding on to it, right? I reckon it must have been recorded when she got attacked.
That certainly is a possibility. However, your testimony alone is insufficient. I require something with a little more credibility.
Again, her words. Almost sounds as if she's trying to give me an advice.
Judge Courtney, there's no mistake that those voices were from the incident. Please recall the audio that was recorded by the stuffed animal. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. If we compare this part of the recording with a certain piece of evidence, we can prove it.
This evidence shows that the recording took place during the moment of the crime.
Okay, let me save really quick. I think it's the autopsy report because it shows a burn on her hand. I think that's what he's getting on about, but we'll see here. Try it. Just wrote down fruit on my list, but forgot because I didn't specify. Candy apple might be something I get next time, too. Now you remind me. Nice. There you go. Hell yeah. Nope. Wrong button.
The autopsy report? And exactly what part of the autopsy report shows that?
This part shows that the recording took place during the moment of the crime.
Burn mark. I hope that's works. Sorry, I clicked on the words burn mark. I remember clearly what the voice said. You can't hide that burn from me. On the victim's hand, there was a burn mark. Indeed. It just happened to match up, you see. But what of it? According to Kate's testimony, the victim had been holding the stuffed animal. And it just happened to record a characteristic of the victim, namely, the burn. That's just a coincidence. I mean, it could happen, right? I mean, that could be a coincidence, right? Oh, well, man, I can't believe I just noticed that. I noticed earlier that Sebastian has a question mark on top of his head all the time, right? Because he's clueless. But I just realized when he gets surprised, it turns into an exclamation point. Like right now, it was straightened up, like, oh, exclamation point. You know, like, huh? It's kind of fun. I love those details, dude.
I do not think so. It is hard to believe that all of this is just simply a coincidence.
There we go. I'm starting to like Courtney when she's on our side, dude. That's kind of cool. I'm down with that. What's Sebastian's dad's name? Blaze. It's supposed to be like the fire that he has, Blaze.
The voices on the stuffed animal were most likely recorded during the incident.
One of these voices must belong to the true culprit. From what we've heard, it must have been the one who was doing most of the talking.
But what's the point? In the end, we still can't tell her gender or identity, you know?
Indeed. Because they had been using voice changers. It can't be helped. Well, maybe one of them wasn't using a voice changer.
It seems the situation has become quite clear. The conversation Miss Hart overheard was between the culprit and Miss Crane.
That's what I've been telling you from the start.
And from this, we will understand a new fact. Oh no, did you already have... Oh, I never restarted it. I think that's what it was from the last one. Huh. I'll have to restart it. We haven't used that command in a while. You'll have to all reset your stuff. Well, I guess it's only been Papa and you stuff, but here, let's see. I think it was who did it. No, it wasn't. God damn it. What was the command for that? It's been so long, I don't remember my stuff. Gonna have to look at the command list here real quick. We'll get that cleaned up. It was they done it. They done it. I don't know who it was. I don't remember who it was. There we go. Ready for new guesses. There you go. Go ahead and lay it in there, Stall. And yeah, just in case anybody else wants to participate, let me go ahead and throw this out there. We have a whodunit game that we like to play with these Ace Attorney games. I mean, sometimes they tell you right away who did it, but sometimes they don't. So we got a game in case it ever lines up. And you can use it with any game. It doesn't have to be Ace Attorney, but yeah, go ahead and give it a shot.
Please enlighten us. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Chairman.
There we go. Blaze the best. Yeah, they spell it a little bit weird. It's more like Blaze rather than Blaze, but I just pronounce it Blaze because that's what it's. I was reading in the wiki and everything. That is what it's supposed to be. Is Blaze. Yeah, his was Poseidon though. I don't think Papa's too worried about it. He was just making a joke about the whole like three-pronged like attack. I don't think he's too worried about it. But Papa, feel free, buddy. You get 2 more jokes now. You can blame Pearls again if you want. Do what you want.
According to Miss Hart's testimony, just before the incident, 2 people came up from the auction hall using the lift. It must have been the conductor and one of the auction guests. They probably went there to settle the payment after winning a bid.
Murder that farmer from American Gothic with his pitchfork. There you go. Another one. Nice. There you go. I told you got some more jokes up there. Say Zeus and Hades.
And then it was there that the crime was carried out. Since the auction continued after the crime took place, we are led to a single truth.
This is the new fact that we have arrived at.
The culprit is Joe Crane. The victim was the conductor. I think the culprit is the conductor, maybe? I'm sorry, we were talking and now I'm I'm not quite in the game as much. We're saying that the culprit is, but Jill's the victim though. But maybe she murdered somebody? I think it's more like the victim was the conductor. Or the culprit's the conductor, because we're saying the person who killed Jill was the conductor, right? Because then they ended up giving their... Fuck, I don't know, man. What are we saying? I'm lost. Scum save time, absolutely. 100%. Let's do it. A little scummy gummy save. A little gumshoe save, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, pal. Go ahead and throw a save on there on me. I mean, I don't have any money for it, but you know, it's all good.
All right, let's see. I'll say the culprit is the conductor.
Since the conductor was the only one who could keep the auction going, we can conclude that the deceased victim could not have been the conductor.
Justine?
Please be quiet here, okay? If the conductor was not the victim, then they must have been the culprit. Please wait, that alone is insufficient. Of course, even I do not intend to rely upon the process of elimination.
Yeah, this fucking thing on fucking light.
Certain traces left at the crime scene led me to believe that the culprit is the conductor, and to believe that your lighter is out of fluid. Well then, please show it to us. What were the traces left at the crime scene that led me to deduce the culprit is the conductor?
Is the conductor.
Traces that were left at the crime scene that led me to believe the culprit is the conductor. Would it be the suit, the conductor's clothes? Because only the conductor could have given the clothes to the victim, because they had to have the clothes in order to do that, have access to it, and the only person who have access to it is the conductor themselves, right? That sounds like logic this game would use, but you know, we're gonna scum save it. There we go. Or try it. Nope, that doesn't seem like it was. This is the piece of evidence that shows the culprit is the conductor.
I don't quite understand.
Even if you don't understand, everyone else certainly does, right? Everybody else gets it, right? You guys know what I'm saying, right?
I think there are people besides my idiot son who don't understand, you know?
Ah, blast! That's funny. You guys get me, right? What traces were left at the crime scene that led me to deduce the culprit is the conductor? Jam and ninja mask? That wasn't at the crime scene though, right? It's at the crime scene. Maybe the costume trunk? Blood on the hidden lift? Meeting room blood? Could be one of these. We could try these. Real world logic does not work in this world. Yeah, sometimes they just like, it's like they really sound like they think they're teeing you up. Like, here you go, you remember that fact, right? And it's like, wait, what? And it just falls right back down. Like, nope, I don't know what you're talking about. I'll try the costume trunk. Oh, let's read the description. The killer hid in the victim in this box. A bloodstain was found inside. Bloodstain was found on the hidden lift. Blood seems to have dripped down to the floor below. Meeting room blood. A pool of blood found in the meeting room. Was it left behind to hide the storm's existence? Would that do anything to... That would let me deduce the culprit is the conductor. Is it like super obvious and I'm just not thinking about it? Stuffed animal. Could it be the autopsy report? I feel like we're not really trusting the autopsy report anymore, right? Thought to be the murder weapon matches the victim's chest wounds. Dude, I'm not sure, dude. I think I'm just gonna have to look this one up. Because nothing is jumping out at me at all, dude. I'm gonna be fucking shooting in the dark. Let's see. We got a pretty good ways before we had to look again. Okay. It was one of the stronger ones I had. It's on the one. It's the one I'm on right now. Oh, sorry, I haven't even been showing you guys. It's this one, the meeting room blood. So I was right about this because I was thinking that was it left behind to hide the storeroom's existence. I thought, well, maybe the conductor would want to do that, but I wasn't sure if that was too much of a leap of logic or not. You know, knowing this game, is it the banana or the picture of the banana? Am I right? All right. Let's see. It should be this. I think. Well, I don't remember if we saved or not. Let's go ahead and save. I think we did. The culprit purposely left a large amount of blood in the meeting room. In doing so, we were led to believe the meeting room had been the scene of the crime. It was a ruse by the true culprit to hide the blood that had fallen from the storeroom.
So we wouldn't find out about the existence of the black market auction, correct?
Indeed. If the culprit had been unrelated to the auction, there would have been no need to do such a thing. Ergo, the culprit could have only been the conductor.
Well then, do you have any idea as to who the conductor might possibly be?
The auction hall is at the PIC meeting room, and furthermore, there is a storeroom above it. The conductor must have been, at the very least, a member of the PIC. So, in other words, you suspect me, I take it. Beef cheeks are bought from the butcher were $10.05. I missed the chance to joke and ask him to twin off the 5 cents. To twin off the... What does that mean, to twin off? To trim off? Is that what you meant? Just cut off a little bit? Which cheeks are those? Trim. Okay, it was trim. Yeah, which cheeks, baby? You gotta get them thick cheeks in the back, you know what I'm saying? That badunkadonk. That's what she's buying. Can I get a cow's badunkadonk? Oh, you got it. In other words, you suspect me, I take it. Isn't it natural to suspect you, the one with the most authority in the PIC?
Objection.
You are quite capable. I'll give you that much, at least. But you know, like I said before, you're far too naive. A real rump roast. Yeah, there you go. Not those cheeks. I want fresh. Fresh. You have nothing, you know? There's no evidence that proves I'm the culprit, you see. If, by some chance, you do have evidence, then why you don't present it? Why don't you present it?
Ah. Do I have evidence that Blaze is the culprit?
I have it, I don't have it.
Do I have evidence that Blaze is the culprit? Do I? Fuck, dude. The
fucking burn mark on her hand because he's Blaze? That Blaze? I don't think I do, but this is one of those moments I just want to see what the right answer is. Okay, we don't have it. Okay, I didn't think we did because I can't see anything that would be it. So I don't have it.
Blaze himself has suggested that he is the criminal. He's not showing that strange self-confidence for a while now. He knows that there is not a single piece of evidence left behind to incriminate him.
If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned, Edgeworth. Just kidding. I always wanted to say that, you know? Well then, Courtney.
I reckon I just remembered something too.
What? You also lost your memories?
Nah, that ain't it. Something just popped into my head right now.
Very well. Please tell us.
Objection.
Courtney, could you tell me what you're doing?
Prosecutor Edgeworth will now will not give up until we have destroyed every last possibility. I'm destroying every possibility, so that he will never oppose us again.
Okay.
Justine! I don't really know what's going on, but well said. Pops, I'm gonna help too. After all, he is the one who's wrong.
Fine then. Let's hear what she has to say.
Well then, Miss Hart, please proceed.
Sure thing. Just leave it to me.
Please make sure you only tell the truth.
Ain't that a matter of course?
Ain't that a matter of course? Yeah, that is what she said. Okay.
I'm a bona fide journalist of justice, you know?
Somehow I feel uneasy.
Y'all saying the culprit was the conductor, right? That means the victim was a customer. Now, here's where it gets a mite strange, you see. There were 11 people at the auction. When the auction continued after the incident, I went straight on over and snuck a peek down below.
You don't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. All 11 people were still there, present and accounted for.
What? What the fuck?
Are you sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
So it started with 11 people, and there were still 11 people after the murder. Was it a ghost?
You know, Sebastian, normally a prosecutor would call that a contradiction, you know?
Were there really no changes in the auction at all?
Really, I'm telling you. The auction just went down like normal. But there was one itty-bitty thing, though.
What was it? You know those hammers you see see at the auction? Like the one that lady's using over there. An auction gavel, perhaps?
Yep, that's the one. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the sound no more. It'd been banging away just prior to it.
The sound of the gavel. Does that have anything to do with the case?
A lot of testimony updated to my organizer.
If Miss Hart's testimony is the truth, then this matter has taken a grave turn. If the victim was neither the conductor nor a customer, the very foundation of the prosecutor Edgeworth's reasoning would collapse.
Hey, Cassandra, what's up? Floating head? Yep, that is true. That is what you're observing. How's it going? Good to see you.
Justice prevails, as they say. I hope that you've learned your lesson, Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, there really is nothing we can do.
It's not over yet. Some mysteries still remain. I have to think. If I don't, then Kay will be.
Did you get the answer you wanted this time? Well then, a deal's a deal.
Please wait, Mr. Chairman. I believe it is still too early to make a judgment.
How's it going, y'all? It's going great. Having a good time. We're getting to the bottom of this case right now. It's pretty cool. Definitely taking some twists and some turns. Axe spoilers? What do you mean? Please, no spoilers.
Please wait, Mr. Chairman. I believe it is still too early to make a judgment. There are still a few mysteries left in the case.
I'm being spoilered. Oh, well then, yeah, definitely. If you haven't gotten to this one yet, I totally understand if you gotta go. Sorry, Cassandra. Certainly wasn't the intention. If you want, I'll wait a second while you have time to go. Sorry. Oh no, don't be sorry. It's okay. I don't want you to get spoiled. It's a good game. I'm not gonna say anything more. I'll give you a chance to go, but I hopefully we'll see you again soon. It's been a really cool case so far. I'll just say that. That's not a spoiler, right? Just to say I am enjoying it, right? That's just my opinion. Good to see you, though. All right, I'm going to continue in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Hi, and we all have been there before. Thanks for talking about it. Right? Yeah, there you go. Hi and bye, I think is what you meant. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, here we go.
Until we have solved them all, we cannot call this a complete victory. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was expecting you to shout. Hold it! Like you always do.
Yes, of course.
Once again, Judge Courtney has come to my aid.
Well then, what is it? What sort of mysteries are left?
Well, of course, there's the contradiction in the autopsy report.
That kind of thing. Out of fucking fluid again.
Yeah, now we get to interrogate or whatever, talk to the coroner again, right? Let's see. There we go.
I've brought her in.
I don't really remember the voices I had here.
What's wrong? Why are they all, we are suddenly called here? Did someone suddenly get sick? I'll begin preparing my, a compress. Stat. Ouch. What did you call me here for? Did something happen?
Dr. Young, Miss Jensen, you have my gratitude for taking the trouble to come here. This won't take long, so please relax.
Tell me what in blazes is going on.
Of course. We called you here because something came up.
Judge Courtney, just what are you planning? You sly fox, you.
Bonnie Young, under the divine rule of law, please answer truthfully. There were no mistakes in your autopsy report, correct?
Granny would never make a mistake.
That's certainly strange.
Huh? What's strange?
This court has found an error in Dr. Young's autopsy report. Dr. Young, please tell the truth. Did you falsify the autopsy report? That's terrible. How can you accuse her of that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Would you do... why would I do such a thing in the first place? To protect the true culprit, of course. What you talking about? I would never do such a thing. How strange. In that case, why would there be an error in the autopsy report, I wonder? Prosecutor Edgeworth? What do you think? Oh, I expected you to press into her statement like you normally do.
It's like she's trying to treat Edgeworth like Sebastian all of a sudden. He's like, I'm not your little, like, plaything here trying to guide me through it. Like, if you're gonna let me do it, let me do it. Like, what are you doing?
Why is she taking control of the situation and trying to help me?
She's trying to be a helicopter parent to us now.
I don't know what her goal is, but I must play along.
If the autopsy report you gave to the Sebastian had been authentic, then the error should not have been there.
Wait a minute. I didn't do anything.
Just because we said his name. That is what we will figure out from this point on. Firstly, Dr. Young, I'd like to hear your testimony.
What do you want to hear her testimony? I won't... Why do you want to hear her testimony? It would be pointless.
I will be the one who decides whether or not it is pointless, not you.
There are patients waiting for us. But, Granny... Ouch. Anyways, we don't have time for this.
Is there any way I could convince you? This is of the utmost importance.
Mr. Miles Edgeworth, Granny says she'll testify. So please try to finish this quickly. If we don't return soon, there will be people in terrible suffering.
And yet you were lollygagging about in the viewing platform earlier.
I promise you, this won't take long.
Only if she tells the truth, of course. Which she definitely won't.
Error in the autopsy report.
There are no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports. I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive. There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing in the autopsy report. Ouch. I got nothing to gain from falsifying the autopsy report. Is what she says. See? There's nothing strange at all.
Yes, that's right, you know. There's no way she could falsify it, you see.
Under the name of the goddess of law, do you swear that this testimony is the truth? Of course! Granny would never tell a lie.
We were asking Dr. Young. We do not need to hear from a third party.
I'm not a third party. I'm on Granny's side. If you raise an objection to my testimony, you'd better prepare yourself, you ex-prosecutor.
I will definitely expose the contradiction in the autopsy report.
That son of a bitch.
There are no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports.
So you're saying there is no way Dr. Young could have made a mistake?
Of course. Doctors can't afford to make mistakes. This is a world where just one misdiagnosis can end a long career. I know that my Granny, at least, would never. If I did something like that, you'd think they'd still let me run the hospital? I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive.
So in your long career, you've never once made a mistake?
A doctor only as good as the length of their track record.
If you're just talking about a lengthy track record, that former chief prosecutor has one too. And yet his actual abilities don't seem to measure up. I hope that you're not the same as well. Ouch, that's a low blow, you know? But, you know, Edgeworth, I don't make mistakes either, you see. Because you see, before I can make a mistake, those around me will have already made it instead. You see, I don't have time for mistakes. It's quite amazing, you know? It must be karma.
You can't compare a chief prosecutor with a doctor. You really can't. There is no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report. Ouch.
The victim wore the raincoat after suffering a blow to the head. And yet there was not a single drop of blood on the front of the raincoat. Therefore, it is impossible for the head wound to have been post-mortem.
Well, that's ouch. I don't need you to tell me that. That's what I wrote down in the very beginning.
Oh, what? The autopsy report says the head wound was post-mortem. That's completely different. Wax her the head for no reason.
Yeah. I relayed to Karen what to put down in the autopsy report. Oh, what?
Oh, it's a call from Best Buy. They want to confirm my delivery, probably. I'll let them leave a message. It's okay. Call me at 8 o'clock at night. Come on, dude. I get my fridge tomorrow.
I relayed to Karen what to put down on the autopsy report. After that, it was none of my beeswax.
Relayed to Karen. Please elaborate on that. So, the young lady's the one who wrote the wrong thing down? Okay, let's go and press that then. Interesting. Or should I be doing the Ray? Interesting. I would like to verify once again that what you saw when you examined the body.
Like we said, ouch. Oh, well, about that. She was done in by the thumb to her noggin.
Dr. Young, do you know when that happened?
Before she died, of course. The wounds on her chest were post-mortem. That's what I relayed to Karen, and that's what should have been written down in the report.
That's what you relayed to her? Yeah? I'm finally beginning to see the truth.
It's like Karen's like ratting herself out and she doesn't even know it because she's speaking for this old lady and she's like not paying attention to what she's saying or something.
I got nothing to gain from falsifying the autopsy report.
You may have nothing to gain, but how about your granddaughter?
Me? There isn't anything I could gain. If Karen had something to gain, then that girl of yours might have something too. How dare you accuse my little girl who has never done harm to anybody? Yeah, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
She should address those words to Blaze instead of me.
I swear that the autopsy report wasn't falsified. Is what she says. See? There's nothing strange at all.
Yeah, nothing strange at all. Yay, fridge, super nerdy of me to ask, but can you share a pic in Discord after it's installed? Oh yeah, sure. You got it, I can do that. It's not like a super fancy one or whatever, but it's pretty cool. Just want to see what... Sorry, let me listen to this voicemail real quick. Just in case it's urgent. Okay, come on, download the voicemail. Take forever. Go ahead and mute myself. Okay, that's weird. It was like a robot actually that was just like telling me a bunch of stuff like to what to expect. That's weird. Sorry, one more second. I gotta answer this. Okay, cool. We got it. Cool. Let's do it. Yeah, it'll be nice having a brand new fridge too. I think it'll be cool. I got a GE, General Electric one. Should be good. Did you notice anything strange when you were performing the autopsy? I did unmute, right? Yeah, I did. Okay.
I wonder, huh? What is it, Granny? A strange man came by.
Who are you calling strange?
He wore some really strange clothes. He even had a furry thing around his neck.
You're talking about me.
Even though he was about to get canned,
Yeah.
he still tried to run amok during my autopsy. I'm talking about you, you frilly red brute. I see. So, Mr. Edgeworth is a strange frilly red brute?
Kay, please don't only remember odd things about me.
Doesn't look like Granny is lying.
Miss Jensen is the only one who is relaying Dr. Young's words. I'll have to confirm whether or not Miss Jensen is telling the truth.
There was no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports.
Okay, so what do we like present then? All right, let me look over the testimony first. There's no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports. I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive. I relayed everything to Karen. After that, it was none of my beeswax. I feel like this is the thing, but because we had her add that statement, right? So what would we present against this, maybe? Relayed everything to Karen. After that was none of my beeswax. Relayed everything to Karen. Do I just present the autopsy report? Is it that obvious where it's like, you relayed everything to Karen, well, here it is, it's wrong. Right? Is that too obvious? We're gonna save and we'll try it. Sometimes the obvious thing is the right thing, and sometimes it's super obscure. Your grandma's old, take that! Your grandma's old. Let's see. Autopsy report, we're trying it. Oh, the music's gone. Did I get it? Dr. Young, please confirm what the autopsy report says with your own eyes.
I'll read it out to you. Ouch.
Oh, she's sweating now. Wags her again.
This autopsy report wasn't written by me.
What? What do you mean? Poor girl, damn. There you go, give her a smack. And the smile, nice, that's cool.
I don't know. Ouch.
Was she hiding in that poop bun?
But Granny, I can't say that. Ouch. Miss Jensen, if you're trying to keep the truth in the dark, then in place of the goddess of law, I shall hear your confession.
Judge Courtney is talking with Dr. Young in private.
What? Is that true? Understood. I shall convey your words to everyone else, Dr. Young. I properly relayed the autopsy report orally to that child. It seems my granddaughter must have mucked it up when she was writing it down. Wow! She mimicked her voice perfectly.
Oh, fuck, I didn't even try that. Damn it. That would have been great.
There was no need for her to go that far, though.
In other words, the contents of the autopsy report had been falsified. That's a funny joke to put in a game that doesn't have voice acting, too. Like, well, she totally sounded exactly like her. And it's like, oh, she did? By your hand, Miss Jetson.
Oh, I...
With that, we've proven that the wound on her hand came first, followed by her chest wound. Miss Jensen, why did you falsify the autopsy report?
Hold on a second. She never said she falsified it, you know? She just made a teeny tiny mistake when she wrote it down. Post-mortem and ante-mortem sound kind of similar, you know?
They are complete opposites. That is the very definition of falsification.
Miss Jensen, why would you lie? Kay, ouch. I want you to tell me too. Why would you do something like that? Granny, but
Because you falsified the autopsy report, Kay fell under suspicion. Tell me why you did it.
I can't say. I just can't say it.
Not I don't want to say, but I can't say.
You're all a bunch of bullies, you know? Ganging up on this poor girl who loves her grandmother so. She's totally unrelated to this. I think we can forgive her for one tiny mistake. That won't do. Aren't you the one with the most to lose if she testifies? What are you saying? You see, as a former prosecutor, you'll have to speak a little more clearly, you know? Very well, as you wish. I shall answer clearly. Miss Jensen played an essential role in this case. File save. She was the true culprit. She was the victim. She was the victim. That's so funny. She was an accomplice. Either an accomplice or the true culprit. I think an accomplice. Because I don't know. I think by the fact that she had a burn on her hand, it's probably Blaze that killed her. And she's just an accomplice because Blaze is now trying to like help her out or whatever. So we're gonna go with she was an accomplice. Miss Jensen falsified the autopsy report in order to assist the true culprit.
Ouch.
This girl is an accomplice? What's your basis for that claim?
It was impossible for a single person to commit this crime in the first place. The crime could not have been committed without at least 2 people. Namely because...
Okay, cool. We're getting somewhere here. The victim couldn't have been made. The number of people wouldn't match? The report couldn't have been faked. The victim couldn't have been moved. I think the number of people would match because we're all like, oh, but there were still 11 people. It's like, well, I guess the accomplice could have taken that spot of the dead person because they all had masks anyways, right? We'll save here. The number of people would match. If the conductor was the culprit and one of the auction guests was the victim, it would contradict the witness's testimony that there were 11 people after the incident.
What now? You got a problem with my testimony?
Not at all. Rather, it is because I believe your testimony that's why an accomplice must exist. So, you still won't admit that your reasoning is wrong. Up until now, you have not even considered the possibility of an accomplice. However, if there had been an accomplice, it changes the entire story completely. If the accomplice took the murdered auction guest's place, then the number of people remains 11. Oh, I see now. So that's what you're thinking. But you know, wouldn't that have been quickly discovered? Fucking later. Miss Jensen and the victims have similar physiques. If she wore the victim's mask, she could have easily taken her place. Miss Jensen, did you switch places with the victim?
I wouldn't.
Who is the conductor? In other words, tell me who was the true culprit.
I can't. I mean, that would, of course, it would cause trouble for Granny. Ouch. But, Granny, I will accept whatever wrongs you may have done. Just tell me everything. Granny!
Oh shit, we got her, dude. As I thought, it appears you really were the accomplice.
Miss Jensen, why? Miss Jensen, would you please tell us? Yes. It's okay, Granny. I'm fine now.
I switched places with the victim, Miss Crane.
So you admit to being the conductor's accomplice?
Yes. I helped out the conductor. I don't really know why, but for some reason, the conductor was expecting me to be attacked by Miss Crane.
Or the conductor was expecting to be attacked by her.
The conductor expected an attack from the victim.
They were so sure it was going to happen that they came up with a plan to counter it. A way to beat the victim at her own game, and that's when I was called in. I was told to wait in the storeroom before the auction began.
Hold it! Whoa there! You ain't fooling my eyes! If you were waiting in the storeroom, I reckon I would have bumped into you. After all, I'd been up in that storeroom the entire auction.
I'm telling the truth.
I wonder about that, you know? Can you really believe a girl who would falsify a report? What the fuck, dude? Flip-flopper right here, dude. You kidding me? There should have been many places to hide in that storeroom. Then by all means tell me, where did our little nurse hide? There was that costume box, right? That's my immediate guess. We're gonna do a little Shavarooski. The costume trunk, you stupid idiot. She hid inside the costume trunk. The costume trunk, eh?
Now that you mention it, that box was already there before I snuck in. I figured I would hide in there myself, but it was wrapped up in a nice and tight with a chain. And it was locked too, so I had to give it up.
I suspect that when you sneaked into the room, Miss Jensen was already inside the trunk.
Yes. It would have been bad if one of the guests from the auction had opened the lid. After instructing me to hide inside, the conductor wrapped a chain around the costume trunk. I think they went downstairs using a lift shortly thereafter. It was right before the auction.
So then, when the auction began, only you and Miss Hart were in the storeroom.
Yes, that should be right.
The auction had been going on The auction had been going on as usual, but when a certain participant made the winning bid, the conductor committed the crime. Miss Hart must have heard the altercation that occurred then.
You betcha! I was trembling behind that there statue the whole time, though.
Following the altercation, Jill Crane was murdered. After killing Jill Crane, the conductor carried her body to the costume trunk. And Miss Jensen, who had been hiding in the trunk, was made to take Miss Crane's place. The victim's body was placed inside the costume trunk. The conductor then took Miss Jensen, who had been made to look like Jill Crane, and returned to the auction hall as if nothing had happened. Was this roughly what happened in the storeroom during the incident?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what explains... I thought she went up to the roof, but I guess that just didn't happen. But then who pushed Kay? Let's get back around to that then.
Pulling the old switcheroo with one of the auction guests. Ain't that impossible? That gal and the murder victim are the two completely different people, you know? Don't you reckon one of the other participants would have noticed and caused a ruckus?
No, not at all. The reason they didn't notice the switch was because of the mask. She stole the victim's clothes, she used the victim's name, she acted like the victim. She stole the victim's clothes. Out of all those things, that seems like the best option, the most like what I'm thinking. From what I can tell, Miss Jensen and the victim appear to have a similar physique. Furthermore, there was a rule requiring a mask to be worn during the auction. That should have been what it said, the mask and the voice changer. If their clothes were the same, I doubt anyone would have noticed she was a different person.
Yes, I blended right in. I borrowed Miss Crane's clothes and... Ouch.
You mustn't embarrass the dead like that.
I know. I also thought it was pretty heartless to leave her exposed like that. So when the conductor wasn't looking, I covered her up in the raincoat that was up for auction.
So she was the one who put the red raincoat on the victim.
And then the auction resumed as if nothing had happened.
I reckon I took the picture of her in the red raincoat after that. That'd make all the facts line up.
Wait, she put... But isn't that her standing up? I'm a little confused by that, dude. What are we saying here?
After I took the photo, I went over to the lift to sneak a peek down below. I witnessed 11 participants, and then I hightailed it back behind the statue.
Don't tell me. You were hiding there the entire time until we found you.
Nah, that's... How should I put it?
What is it? Does something happen?
I didn't mention before, but after that I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I fainted? Well, something like that.
So something did happen.
It ain't no big deal. Kinda embarrassing to say, though. There was this huge thump sound all of a sudden. I was a little surprised by that. It was right after I had just witnessed a murder, so I was shaking in my boots. My heart sort of tightened up, and I was off to La La Land. Then I woke up. It was already the next day, around the time y'all came to the storeroom.
I see. So there was a large sound. Miss Hart, I take it you do not know what transpired in the storeroom beyond this point.
I guess. But after the auction, all the masks were properly returned. So I reckon the participants had exited through the storeroom, just like I done said.
Miss Jensen, what were your actions after the auction resumed?
I took the victim's place and participated in the auction. The conductor instructed me to win the bid for the costume trunk, because the body was inside it. It would have been bad if another auction guest won the bid for it.
You didn't realize the box was empty.
No, we had only found out when I came up to the storeroom to pay the bill. The conductor was with me and told me to go search for her immediately. And then I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder.
Okay, so she put the red raincoat on her, but she wasn't actually dead. So she got up and went to go leave. And then pushed K down here for some reason? I wonder why she did... Why the K altercation? I'm not sure about that.
And then I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder.
K.
Yes, she probably fell down from the roof and lost consciousness.
Maybe the victim left the hatch open when she went off to the rooftop.
I understand now. Kay was surprised at seeing the collapsed victim and did not notice the open hatch. She must have missed her footing and fell down into the storeroom. So that was just, she just accidentally fell? Miss Hart, I have determined the sound that made you faint. It was likely the sound of Kay falling into the storeroom floor.
That might have been it. I reckon it'd be kind of pathetic to faint over something like that.
When Miss Jensen found the unconscious Kay, Miss Hart was also unconscious behind the statue. It's funny, there's just two unconscious people in here, nobody even knows it, dude. What the fuck is going on? The situation is becoming clearer to me. Miss Jensen, please continue your story.
After I found Kay and the victim, I put them both in the trunk. If the customers at the auction found out, there would have been a huge commotion.
Was this the order from the conductor as well?
Yes, it was. But since I secretly decided to put the raincoat on Miss Crane, I had to dispose of the raincoat without the conductor noticing.
So the conductor didn't anticipate the raincoat becoming another piece of evidence.
And, finally, we dressed Miss Crane in the spare conductor's outfit.
I see. In doing so, you made the victim appear as if she was the conductor.
In the end, the auction ended without anyone noticing anything.
Miss Jensen, your crimes have become clear. If you know anything else, please hold nothing back.
I want to help you more, but that's all I know. If I had to say, There was just one thing that bothers me. When I took Miss Crane's place, I borrowed her clothes. But there was no way for me to borrow her hair. Ouch! What kind of coroner's assistant goes around stealing a corpse's hair?
I would think that robbing the deceased of their clothes would be questionable enough.
Both the color and the length of our hair is different, so I was worried about how to disguise it. However, the conductor even had a wig prepared for me. In fact, he had 2 of them. Inside the costume trunk, there was both a straight wig and a wavy wig.
2 wigs? Why were there 2?
Who knows? Maybe it was a precaution, in case the victim had changed her hairstyle? I ended up using the straight wig to match Miss Crane's hair.
So that means that the wavy wig was left unused.
Okay, is that gonna matter? Karen's testimony jotted down in my organizer. Is that really all you know?
Yes. Yep, that's really all I know.
So that means you don't know who the conductor is.
I'm sorry. I only knew that person as the auction conductor. I never saw that person without a mask on. The conductor seemed to be on guard towards everybody.
Why would you just work for him then? Why would you just do that for him? I don't understand. What? Why? Just help some dude?
At this rate.
I'm gonna switch to seated mode real quick, guys. Coming down, coming on down. There we go. Edgeworth, is that all you've got? Even if that little nurse is an accomplice, it changes absolutely nothing, you know? In the end, the true culprit is still Kay Faraday. All you did is add another criminal, you know? It's like, how does that make sense that Kay would be the culprit after all of that? How is she the conductor? Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? You're a fucking idiot. The rule of law cannot be overturned, at least not for your sake. Yeah, don't play with fire like that, man. You absolutely just burning documents all the time. That's so fucking dangerous, dude.
Is this as far as I go? Am I unable to save Kay?
Oh, yeah. We know that voice. Oh, my God. It's our mistress, Francesca. Francesca, why are you here?
I'm here to whip you all and make you horny. Didn't I tell you, Miles Edgeworth? Wherever there is a case, I will follow. Prosecutor Von Karma, your hard work is most appreciated. However, don't get the wrong idea. I only came here to find out the truth behind what happened to Kay Faraday. I don't plan on forgiving you for abandoning your prosecutor's path.
I understand.
You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday.
Detective Gumshoe did. He did what?
What's that, pal? This was so confused. Like, I thought Von Karma actually said that and was because dead dating became... Wait, what? And this because dead dating became... And this became dead dating. Oh, I see what you're saying. My bad. The whole mystery statement is every time. Okay, got it. It's funny how I just breeze past my own jokes and kind of forget about it a little bit.
Listen well, Miles Edgeworth. This will be the final piece of evidence. Jill Crane suffered the wound on her head first.
Oh, son of a bitch, dude. No! No, Mistress Von Karma! Who's gonna tell her, guys?
Well, someone say something.
Well, I hate to say it, but we already proved that.
Already proved?
Yes, well, just a few minutes ago. Ah!
You should have told me sooner.
You're the one who barged in here and started talking.
Well, then, does that mean you found out what the murder weapon was already?
No, not yet.
Is that so? In that case, listen well. The victim was struck in the head with a blunt cylindrical object. The wound on her chest was suffered post-mortem.
A cylindrical murder weapon.
Objection.
You know, this report of yours, I trust it's accurate, of course.
These were the results of 2 independent autopsies carried out by 2 respected doctors.
That's reassuring. But it's too bad. You have no right to.
Interpol is after the black market auctions, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. The victim participated in the auction. Therefore, it is only natural for me to investigate.
Oh yeah, she's going over his head. Hell yeah. That's why we needed Franzi to be in Interpol.
Especially now that she's been murdered.
I see, I see. Clever girl, little Von Karma.
Then it has been settled. The victim died from blunt force trauma to the head.
Man, now we got Franzi and Courtney in the same room. It's gonna be hard to keep them separate, dude. Their voices are too similar. It's more like a cadence thing.
Unfortunately, the murder weapon has yet to be found.
Just knowing the shape of the murder weapon gives me an idea of what it might be.
Hey! In my investigation, we didn't find any other murder weapons, you know.
If you consider the conductor's possessions and the crime scene, the answer should be clear. The blunt cylindrical object used in the auction hall was Judge Courtney. Oh, Judge Courtney's gavel, an auction gavel, or a judge's gavel. It should have been an auction gavel. It'd be awesome if it was Judge Courtney's. That would be such a dramatic turn, but it's got to be the auction one. Let's see. An auction gavel. It was something the conductor had in hand during the auction. Namely, an auction gavel.
An auction gavel? We didn't find anything like that.
If the culprit is the conductor, it is possible that the gavel may be the murder weapon. However, that alone is not reason enough, wouldn't you agree?
Of course. I have proof to back it up. This piece of evidence proves that the murder weapon is the auction gavel. Oh shit, what piece of evidence, dude? Proves that it was the auction gavel. Oh, Jiminy, dude. Proves it was the auction gavel. What proves it's the auction gavel, dude? Wouldn't be Lana's testimony, would it? The black market auction was being held in the Grand Tower. The items for the auction were pieces of evidence from the past cases. 11 people attended the event. Each one of them was wearing a mask. The auction continued even after Joe's murder. However, the sound of a gavel was not heard. Oh, yes, it is this. The sound of a gavel was not heard afterwards. That's what it is. Okay, so it is Lotta's testimony. It's gotta be. All right, let's go ahead and save just to be sure. According to Miss Hart's testimony, after the victim had been murdered, it seems she suddenly stopped hearing the sound of the gavel during the auction. However, she had been able to hear it up until then. Why was that, you ask? It was because it had been used as a murder weapon and was covered in the victim's blood. It became necessary to dispose of it. Isn't that right?
Blaze the best.
Zach, look at this little flame, dude. You see that? I finally got my lighter to light.
I'll have to... I search for the murder weapon performed immediately.
Well, good luck with that, you know. You've got to work as hard as you can while you're young, you see.
He's completely confident that we won't find it.
Well then, while the search for the murder weapon continues, I hereby call for a brief recess. Is this a to be continued? There we go. Finally got to a to be continued, dude. This is a long one.
We gotta be close to the end, though.
Boop, 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 boom, ba-doom.
This is the last part, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can get through it. Hey, shout out to everybody who's coming out to hang out tonight. Appreciate you guys being here. Just want to see how much more we got. Oh, okay. This last part looks like it won't actually be too terribly long. We are wrapping this shit up. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. April 6th, 9:18 a.m. Grand Tower, PIC meeting room. Where'd Emma go, dude? We got to see Emma for like a fucking second. I told you guys that they used Emma as a forensics team. Emma's there, and then she's gone, and never to be heard from again. Damn. Poor girl. She's probably too busy doing cool stuff, scientifically. You know what I mean? Damn.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Von Karma, your report, please. I have bad news. We've searched every inch of the Grand Tower, but the auction gavel was nowhere to be found. That is most unfortunate. It seems I am left with no choice but to pronounce a verdict.
Well, sure seems that way, you know. Normally you wouldn't commit a blunder like leaving behind the murder weapon, you know. The best criminals would never do something like that, you see.
God, how brazen.
I don't have enough information. Is this as far as I can go?
Yes, it's a shame, you know. But it can't be helped, you see. This takes me back, you know. All those defendants who came to me asking for a plea bargain. They trusted me, you know. Told me every one of their dirty little secrets, you see. And when it came time for the trial, I'd get them sentenced to life in prison. They were all completely dumbstruck, you know. Each and every one of them. Oh, how I wish you could all have seen it. You know, that stupid look on their faces. That son of a bitch.
I shall hereby announce my verdict. Please humbly accept the words of the law.
There's nothing more I can do with this. Both Kay and I are.
If only we had some evidence! I never thought that I would be passing judgment on you like this.
Is this the end?
The defendant, Blazed Best, I hereby indict you.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what a fucking surprise last minute turn. Not that there wasn't, you know, signs that that could happen, but hell yeah, Courtney. Fuck yeah. That's fucking sweet. Oh man, let's cause for some celebration, dude. Come on, Dill Danny, get out of here, you son of a bitch. I'll give you a pass this time, you fucking menace. Oh man, that's awesome. Gumshoe, what do you guys say? Oh, I think it's pretty cool, pal. Another person on the team. Right on. Whoa, right? Hell yeah.
I hereby indict you. What?
What? Oh, what's gotten into you all of a sudden?
What a fucking surprise thing. I have here documents regarding a certain case. The IS-7 incident. A case that happened 18 years ago.
That's the case we just went over.
That was the last case with
Greg, old Gregory Edgeworth, dude. That was his case, his last case, dude. And they had the falsified evidence against Uncle Ray. Oh, is Uncle Ray gonna get some closure? Yeah, closure. Robert Closure. Documents, you say? Why would you suddenly... Wait, you don't mean... On the day of the crime, the record of your keycard being used was because... I came to this room to fetch these documents, of course. Although, when I entered the meeting room, it seems it was before the black market auction had begun. At first I told you that I came to gather documents about you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. At the time, I simply could not tell you the truth. You sly fox.
What are you doing, Justine? Why are you indicting Pops? Without any basis. This is slander.
That was a wonderful remark, Sebastian.
Huh? Really?
Of course there is a basis. During the case 18 years ago, Prosecutor Manfred von Karma fabricated information regarding the body.
That was because the body of the sculptor Isaac Dover had been stolen.
Papa fabricated information about a body? What do you mean? Detective Lacer, who handled the initial investigation, reported that the body had gone missing. However, in order to deceive Prosecutor von Karma, there was a person who purposely did not report to him that the body had disappeared.
Wait. Is Von Karma gonna be, like, innocent somehow? Or are we going back and making Von Karma not the person who fabricated it, but it's instead Blaze? Like, we're ad hocing a fucking excuse for Von Karma? But he's such a good bad guy.
What?
What did you say?
That person would not forgive those who defied him, nor would he allow others to hold power. He would use any means necessary in order to bend others to his will. And then, also 18 years ago, Director Young was ordered by a certain individual to write a fake autopsy report.
Dr. Young was the one who wrote the autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. Back when Dr. Young was a little more Dr. Young, you know what I'm saying?
But please, wait! Granny didn't do anything wrong! She was ordered by that person. She had no choice but to obey.
That person, That person? Could it be? That person? Nope. Not Phoenix.
That person was the chief prosecutor at the time.
A young Blaze, huh? The chief prosecutor 18 years ago. You don't mean...
The chief prosecutor, who gave Papa his first penalty. It was none other than you, Blaze the Best.
Hell yeah. Object to that.
What are you saying? Pops would never do something like that.
He absolutely would.
Sebastian, we do not need your opinion right now. Please be quiet. The adults are talking. Blaze the Best, do you have a rebuttal?
Fabricating stuff about the body. Von Karma did all that on his own, you know? Falsifying the autopsy report? Young. You would actually do something like that? Man. You really did some terrible things back behind my back, you know?
Seeing as how all the parties concerned are here today, we should ask them directly.
Please wait. Granny is... Ouch. Granny, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I... Yup. Because if I didn't, he said he would expose you. If I didn't assist with the crime, Granny would be prosecuted. That's what that man, the conductor, told me.
Aw, shit, dude.
He's a blazin'.
So, Miss Jensen was being threatened. Was the conductor who threatened you Blaze the Best?
That... I don't know. The person who threatened me was the auction conductor. They do have similar physiques, but I never saw the person's face.
Any trivial thing is fine. Give us a characteristic. That could be a clue.
That's right. The conductor's mask, it exposed just a tiny part of his face. There was a tattoo there. I'm sure of it.
A tattoo? The conductor wore a white jacket with a purple flower, white gloves, and a mask. Has a facial tattoo. A tattoo, you say? I really have no idea what you're talking about, you know. As you can see, there are clearly no tattoos on my face, you see. We can hardly see any of your face, but I'm sure you wouldn't have grown that beard in just a matter of days. So the person doesn't match me at all, you know. The person who threatened her. This so-called conductor. I wonder who it is, you know.
Is that a fake beard, you think? Or it's his hair? He's making his hair look like a beard to cover up his tattoo on his face? Could that be what it is? And that's why he keeps, like, screwing with it or something?
I wonder who it is, you know.
You have incurred the wrath of the goddess of law. I suggest you watch what you say.
Hasn't he incurred your own wrath, rather than the wrath of the goddess?
Jill Crane had been pursuing you, just as I have. And I will not let her death be in vain.
Crane was, you know. You say she was pursuing me. My, I didn't really know her that well, you know. I don't mind girls chasing after me, you know. But I don't recall her ever falling for me, you see.
You didn't know the victim well. That is a testimony we haven't heard up until now. Before the eyes of the goddess of law, you shall give us an official testimony.
The final boss, I guess. I see. Everyone is bullying me. If you're gonna go that far, that's fine, you see. I'll just have to make you disappear. Oh, that's pretty scary, huh? Every last one of you.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall cooperate with you as well. If we let this opportunity slip by, I doubt we will ever get him to stand in court again. Please, do not let this chance go to waste.
Yes. I promise I will live up to your expectations. And I will earn my prosecutor's badge back.
Now then, Blaze the Best, you shall testify regarding the victim.
Regarding Jill Crane. The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, you see. Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know? Either way, it's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know? I have no idea why she was pursuing me, you see?
You intend to deny your guilt until the bitter end, don't you?
Of course he does. There's no way Pops could be a criminal. I mean, he's my Pops. You know, he's the very best. Like no one ever was. To catch them is his real test. To train them is his cause.
Yes, Sebastian, if you're gonna stick up for me, be sure you to have a clear basis, you know?
All right. I got it. I'll clear you of all these false accusations, Pops. I believe in you, Pops. We don't lose to someone like Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes. You really are pure, you know.
That person, he really loves his father, doesn't he?
However, one must be able to accept the mistakes of their father. No matter how much they may look up to him.
Oh, we know what that means for her.
Each person must atone for their crimes, no matter who they are.
Look at that. That's kind of cool. Because now when you put them together, when they're in their like ready stance, she's got her hammer, she's got her whip. They're like back to back. Hell yeah, these my ladies now. The bad guys turning into good guys. I love it. I'm a sucker for it.
This is getting me hard. I mean, this is going to be hard for Sebastian, but I simply cannot overlook his father's crimes.
Rebuttal regarding Jill Crane. The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, you see.
If she was a member of the PIC, then you should have been familiar with her.
Well, I knew her face, but that's about it, you know? It's not like we met each other on a regular basis, you see. Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know?
Oh shit, I meant to press that. That's one of my rules. So you're saying you weren't very familiar with the victim?
That's right. I didn't even know her about the burn mark on Crane's hand, you see.
You didn't know about the burn mark?
But, well, you see, even if I had gotten close to her, she would have disappeared soon.
What?
It's a pain to remember someone you know when they're just gonna disappear, you see.
What? In other words, he knew she was gonna die, right?
In other words, anyone who defies him disappears.
I would like you to add that statement about the victim's burn to your testimony.
I only just learned that she had a burn mark on her hand, you see.
So you're saying you didn't know about the victim's burn? Is that really the truth?
You really are persistent, you know? You really think I would pay attention to every little wound on a woman's hand?
I would think the burn mark on the victim's hand would be hard to miss. Now that you mention it, Jill Crane would regularly wear gloves. I too did not know about the burn until the incident occurred.
Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. Who does that?
I thought so. She was probably trying to hide the burn mark, you see. I understand how sensitive a woman can be about these things, you know?
I would like you to add your so-called sensitive understanding of a woman to your testimony. That's funny. Your sensitive understanding of a woman.
Maybe she was always wearing gloves in order to hide the burn mark, you know?
So you were aware that she always wore gloves?
Well aware. Those gloves are practically her trademark, you see. But I guess they weren't just a fashion statement. She wanted to hide her burn mark, you know? I wonder if that girl over there is also hiding something under their bandages.
Huh? I'm not hiding anything.
I think you are, you know. You're hiding the face of a criminal.
Like she's gonna have the face tattoo or something? The physique would be totally wrong. Those words should be directed at someone like you. I should expose her here. I should expose here and now the face of a true criminal. My prediction is that he's gonna burn up his hair and reveal the face tattoo. Like in his little like, no! And then he burns his, you know, he accidentally lights his beard on fire and then it all just burns up and he's got the facial tattoo, I guess. I don't know.
How amusing. Go ahead and try it if you think you can. Fish!
So Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. That's interesting. That's interesting. I should look over the evidence one more time.
Either way, it's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know?
Was there ever any trouble between you two over work?
Unlikely, you know, I'm kind of important, you see. I've gotten reports saying that she was exceedingly capable. But you know, our social status was completely different, you see. So we didn't talk much, you know.
That may be true, but it doesn't prove that you didn't kill her.
That's rather prejudiced, you know? I mean, look at you. You're taking the side of a criminal.
It seems Miss Crane was the one who had an interest in you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, that really is a mystery. I haven't the faintest idea, you see. So that's that. Since I had no motive, your reasoning doesn't hold, you know? I have no idea why she was pursuing me, you see.
So you have no clue why the victim had been pursuing you?
Nope, not the slightest, you know?
It's because Pops is such a handsome man.
It's true, you know. Women appear before me and then disappear. Disappear and then reappear. Out of my asshole or something, I don't know.
You guys could never reach my Pops' level of awesomeness.
It would certainly be impossible for a normal person. Having people appear and then physically disappear on a daily basis.
Well then, maybe Courtney's going to disappear too. Oh jeez, dude. Threatening her right there, dude.
Before that happens, I'll see to it your way of life disappears today.
I see. And I should finish it before the day's over.
I'll have to organize my information about the victim.
If there's anything you don't understand, you should look over the evidence again.
We're getting raided by Indigo Panther. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going?
Your little Badandi action, how's that? Welcome in, Panther and crew. How are you guys doing? Welcome in, welcome in. We're actually right at the end of this case, so if anybody's, cares about spoilers or anything, I guess, just so you know. We're at the end of the second to the last case. But you guys are welcome. I hope you guys like Ace Attorney. Anybody new here? I'm Domm Dynamite. I'm a variety streamer, and I like to play games like Ace Attorney. Hey, how's it going? It's going great, Panther. How was your stream? Let's see, what were you playing? Oh, we're playing some Disney Dreamlight Valley. Nice, how was that? Yeah, I bet that was very chill. I know Panther has played some, or Panther, sorry, you're Panther. I know Panda has played some of that as well. He said it's pretty chill. So how was that? How was your valley? Did you get to interact with any cool Disney characters tonight, huh? Yeah? But yeah, welcome in, everybody, and thanks again for that raid. I really appreciate it. Let me do another little, how about a Naruto run? Thank you, I appreciate you. It's mostly chill, but I got a bit stuck with Vague. Was that Vague Quest? Interesting. Is that a character or something? V-A-I-G-W. That sucks. This kind of sucks to get stuck, right? Hopefully you figure it out though. Or there's always walkthroughs, I guess. I've never played it though, but it does look very chill and very nicely made. I mean, the graphics look good and everything for sure. I guess I'm not much of a Disney guy, so that's why I didn't jump on that one myself. But it does look like a good game. Didn't really explain what to do, and I have no idea. Oh, you just mean vague. Gotcha. I see. Sorry. I'm just thick sometimes. I didn't really explain what to do, and I have no idea how to. I got past it. That's interesting. Yeah, I hate when stuff like that happens. That happens to me all the time. I always say, like, please hold my hand, game. This is one of those moments where I need my hand to be held. Please, just tell me what to do. Give me a frickin' waypoint or something, you know? That always sucks. I felt thick at the time. Right, yeah. Yeah, I've been there. No judgment here. Hell yeah. Well, it sounds like it was a good time, at least, though, overall. Hell yeah. Yeah, and again, once again, welcome in. So glad to have you here. Let's see. If there's anything you don't understand, you should look over the evidence again. Perhaps you'll find a new fact in there this time round.
Francesca, you're willing to help me?
I told you I'm doing this for Kay Faraday, not you.
Francesca seems to be worrying about Kay in her own way.
Alright, so we need to look at the evidence.
Because the whole point was that she wore gloves. That's the thing that we had, like, really, like, hammered on with him, right? We kept making him talk about her hand and the burn on her hand. But I don't understand what piece of evidence is going to do anything. Should we look at the IS-7 incident documents?
I don't see anything in there. Oh, sorry, I forgot to pull it down to the evidence. Sorry, guys. Would this be an indication that he knew her better or something? Because he had 2 wigs, right? So he had to know whether or not she had her hair one way or another. You know, that she wore her hair, but wore her hair 2 different ways. I don't know. It feels like a bit of a stretch. The victim's fingerprints and blood were found on the hood, but we knew she didn't have gloves on then, so I don't understand how that. Because I was thinking at first, if there's something with the victim's fingerprints, then that's kind of suspicious. If she always wore gloves, but like, I mean, we knew in the picture she wasn't wearing gloves, so I don't. Is that what I'm supposed to be getting at here? No, what's this? Someone talking to another person is recorded. One of them has a burn mark. Let me check this again. Oh, I can't check it, the audio recording. I mean, it could be the stuffed animal somehow, because it mentions the burn mark, is what I'm trying to get at there.
Your Honor, there appears to be a new subscriber.
Oh, thank you for resubbing, Panther. I appreciate that. Thank you. 13 months. Hell yeah. We're over a year. Fuck yeah. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. A lot of testimony about the secret auction. Could it be one of these letters? Could they finally come up? Miss Green, thank you so much for helping with my plan. I'm glad we can help each other get what we want. For 12 years ago. I don't know. They're like, you should see something and it should be different now. And I don't see anything that's that different. We still haven't used this. Yeah, dude, I am not certain. I have no idea. One sec, let's just take a hint. Okay. Okay, see, I really wish I could have heard the statement, because it is the stuffed animal. I was right about that. Because the stuffed animal does mention the burn. See, I really wish I could have gotten the audio from it again. Maybe I could have if I would have checked the horn again, maybe. Probably could have done that. Here we go. Because he says you can't hide that burn mark from me. And so it's like, well, she's wearing gloves all the time and you didn't know she had a burn on her hand. Like, why? That changes the meaning of that, I guess? Jill Crane regularly wore gloves. If that is true, then it creates a huge contradiction. Oh? A huge contradiction, you say? I would like you to listen to the voices recorded on the stuffed animal one more time. Bzzzt, bzzzt. Hold on.
And I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. Ah!
We were under the impression that this was the moment when the victim was murdered. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. We thought that this statement was said by the culprit.
Isn't that fine? What's the problem, you know?
There was a huge problem with that. If the victim had been wearing gloves from the start, it would have been impossible to see the burn on her hand.
Gloves come off very easily, you know? She could have taken them off during the auction.
That's not true. Miss Crane had been wearing her gloves when I took her place. She must have been wearing them before she was murdered.
What are you saying, you? Don't you understand the position you're in?
I'm not scared anymore. I have Granny here with me. Blaze, your day of reckoning has finally come.
Somehow, it seems like you all want to disappear.
Oh, yeah, that could be. See, I think I might be right.
Permanently.
The only one who will be disappearing here is you, Blaze the Best.
Hey, how dare you say that to Pops? Does it really matter if the burn mark was visible or not?
It certainly does matter. If the burn mark was visible, then we'd have a complete turnabout of the situation.
What are you saying? If the victim's burn mark was invisible, then what exactly does that tell you?
It means the person with the burn mark was the other person? The culprit had it? Maybe? I don't know. Let me save real quick. I was using the wrong mouse. Save. The culprit also had a burn mark. The victim didn't have a burn mark. There weren't any burn marks. No, it's definitely the culprit, right? That makes no sense to me. Sebastian, turn your way of thinking around. If the victim was wearing gloves, then her burn mark could not have been seen. In that case, whose burn mark was seen?
Someone else's? Burn mark?
Precisely. The culprit must have had a burn mark as well. In other words, I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn mark from me. The person who said this was not the culprit, but the victim.
What?
Objection.
Sebastian, could you please step aside? Edgeworth, all your reasoning up until now was just a figment of your imagination, you know. The culprit had a burn mark? Where was it, you know? If you can't answer that, then your logic doesn't hold up, you know?
Where was the culprit's burn mark?
I wonder where the burn mark could have been. During the auction, wasn't everyone wearing a disguise?
Indeed. During the auction, everyone should have been dressed in a particular way.
If the burn mark was still visible under those conditions, then...
Now, why don't you show us? Where was the culprit's burn? You'll have to show me the proof, you see.
Where was the culprit's burn? What? How? I was thinking it would be like, they said the tattoo was on his face. Maybe it was like on his face for the portion that was exposed, but we don't... Is it the masked one? Worn by the participants at the auction? Many different types were provided? No? I'm supposed to use one of these pieces of evidence to show where on their body the burn was? I don't... What? Was the burn on their clothes? Was it on the conductor's clothes? Because if they were in a disguise... But I don't understand. Wouldn't we have seen a burn thing on the clothes, though? This doesn't seem right. I'm going to go ahead and try it, because I don't really have many other guesses here. I don't think this is right. It was what the conductor was wearing during the auction. In other words, the outfit you were wearing at the time.
What can you figure out from the clothes alone?
The conductor had been wearing a white suit, white gloves, and a mask. His attire had covered up most of his skin. However, according to Miss Jensen's testimony, the conductor's mask exposed a small portion of his face. Oh man, I accidentally picked the thing because I guess that must have been in the description. Whew. In addition, while she thought there had been a tattoo there, it's possible that she simply mistook the burn mark for a tattoo.
A burn mark? On his face?
That's all very scintillating? Scintillating, I think, right?
Scintillating. But I'm afraid you're getting excited over nothing, you know? None of the PIC members have burn marks on their faces, you see. Naturally, that includes me as well, you know? Huh? Pops? But... Sebastian, could you please be quiet? If you're an idiot, then act like one, you know?
No, come on, Sebastian, rat your dad out.
Normally, Sebastian is a nuisance to everyone around him. But this time, I owe him my gratitude. That reaction from Blaze's own son, it reveals the truth more clearly than anything else. Thanks to him, I am confident that my reasoning is correct. I know who that unidentified piece of evidence belongs to.
I wonder what's wrong with that prosecutor.
Usually, Sebastian is slower to arrive at the truth than anyone else. However, this time he has probably figured it out. His own father is a criminal.
Since he knows the truth, he's in pain, isn't he? If he didn't know the truth, he could have remained blissful in his ignorance.
Okay, we are here in order to pursue the truth. It doesn't matter what path my reasoning takes. The important thing is to arrive at the truth. Once before, when I lost faith in my reasoning, you said that to me and showed me the way. This time I shall show you the truth. You are innocent.
I also want to know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me.
Yes, that's the spirit.
That's impossible, you know? For all of you. I mean, just here I could possibly have a burn mark. Or just where could I possibly have a burn mark? It's nowhere to be found, you see. There's no evidence to prove that I'm the culprit, you know? That's right. There's no contradiction at all. There's no way there can be a contradiction. Not for my pops.
Sebastian, I understand why you don't want to admit it. However, if you avert your eyes from the truth, you will regret it forever.
Pops, just what should I do? Huh. I really wonder why you're such an idiot, you know? Sebastian, if you really want to save me, you'll have to try a little bit harder, you see? Gotta use your head, you know? Honestly, you really are a useless idiot. No way! But I tried real hard. I tried my best, Pops. I went to the school you told me to go to, reached the top of my class, just like you told me to. Just look at this jacket. Only someone who graduates at the top of their class gets to wear it. I did everything you told me to do. That's how I got to be the best at the academy. I even won all those awards just so I could be like you, Pops.
He made all that happen. He paid for it all or whatever. You really are such an idiot, you know? You know those gold stars you got on your tests? I made the teachers give them to you. Every speech and debate contest, all the judges were my friends. Oh my gosh! We're getting raided by none other than Squash Loaf. What's up, Kafoo-Foo-Foo? How's it going? Spooky raid. Nice. What were we doing?
Welcome,
Spooky raid. Hey, what's up? Hell yeah. Welcome in, Mr. Nobody Here. How's it going? Oh, boo. I'm scared. Ah! How's it going, everybody? Thanks for bringing everybody in, Squash Flow. And Recon, you're also a first-time chatter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So glad to meet you guys. Here, let me throw some celebration stuff up, huh? What's up? We got some fun stuff we can play with, huh? A little dill dandin'. Welcome in, everybody. Here, let me give a proper shout out to Squash and Panther here. Forgot to do one earlier. Oh, and now Squash is raiding again with a party of one. Oops. Hey, what's up, Squash? That's so funny. What happened to the rest of you? Let me see. Shout out. I need to get better at remembering to do this. Squash love. There we go. Awesome. There we go. If you guys have not followed Squash, you definitely should. She's such a fun person to hang out with. Raid failed. I think everybody came over, though. At least a few of you guys came over. Did the rest of it not come over? Did I actually do 2 raids? Yeah, it was 2 raids. Yeah, you did 1 raid of like 15, and then you did a raid of 1. That's what it says. That's so funny. Welcome in. Welcome in. What were you doing? I'm sorry. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. That's all good. I'm just glad you guys are here. Were you doing some crafting or something? I thought I saw a title that you were gonna do maybe some Halloween crafting or something like that, making some decorations or something. You're playing Costume Quest. Oh, cool. Nice. Right on. How was that? Hopefully that was cool. I've heard of it, but I've never played Costume Quest. How is it? Seems pretty cool. You guys got us here right at the ending of this this case here. Oh, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that, Recon. Thank you. I love this floating head stuff too. Oh, thank you. If you here, I'll show you guys. There's a channel point item where you can change my costume. Here's the next one. There's 3 different ones I have. And now I am Domm from the Power Rangers, if you guys are familiar. Are you wearing a green suit or just a blanket? It's a green, it's a turtleneck. That's what it is. You guys want to see what I look like? That's so cool. Thank you. That's cool. Thank you. Here's the one I made this year. These 2 costumes are from last year. This is my newest one for this year. This one. I'm stuck in a web. Oh, there's a spider. Oh, get him off of me. Oh, just finish your business and go. Hell yeah. Now let me see here. There was let me show you what I look like. That's special. Nice, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. That's what I try to do this every Halloween, but I also have one for Christmas too. I put my head in a snow globe for Christmas. That was Stella's idea. Let me see. If I come here, I should be able to show you guys what I look like. If I just go to filters and then boom, I'm exposed. Oh, oh yeah, I got my green screen here, and then here's my turtleneck. Yeah, right. So this is what I actually look like behind the scenes. And then all you got to do is turn on that chroma key, and I'm stuck in a spider web. It's a lot of fun. I love chroma key, man. It's actually not even a compromise. Yeah, it's super comfortable and everything. It's really nice. I like it. I even have this. I guess you guys can't see it unless I can't put it on because I got my my cosplay on. I'm dressed as a character from the game tonight. That's why I look like this. Let's see here. But if I turn this off again really quick, you guys see I have this here too. It's a they call it like a Zentai mask, but it's got the face missing in it, so I can cover everything except my face and just have my face popping up on the screen or whatever. It's kind of funny. I haven't found a good use for it yet, but it's just funny looking every time I put it on. But yeah, I got almost enough to cover my entire fucking body if I want to. It's a lot of fun. There we go. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoy it. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I like to put a lot of work into doing these little theme things, you know? I'm sure you'll figure something out. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can't wait to find out. I got to figure out some more stuff for like Christmas and stuff, or at least like around the holidays of the stuff. I love gimmicks like that. Nice, hell yeah, me too. I think it's fun. It just adds a little bit extra. You know, it's kind of like the cosplay too, but now I'm doing like a double thing where I cosplay as Ray and I'm doing the costume. I think it's fun. I'm really glad you appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, as far as where we're at with the game, we are right here at the end of this. So I just want anybody, in case there is an Ace Attorney fan and you guys ever expect to play Investigations 2, it's a long shot. But if there's anybody out there, like, just for spoilers, we're at the end. We're about to basically unmask the bad guy. We're in the middle of it right now, so I just want to let anybody know, just in case they are interested in playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. It's a little obscure because this is even like a fan translation of the game because it never came to America, but I just thought I'd throw it there. Yeah, but sorry to say I need to leave. It's very late over here. Hey, no problem, Recon. I just appreciate all your kind words in the follow, so thank you very much. We will see you later, hopefully. I never heard of it, actually. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you'll like it sometime. I do it every Thursday if you want to come check it out. I do voices and all. But yeah, you have a good night, Recon. Thanks for coming out. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. You hope so too? Hell yeah. All right, here we go, guys. This is, I guess, let me try to do a little bit of a setup, I guess. So for those who do want to stay, what's happening is we have the situation where there's a murder that happened, and it's pretty intricate because it's this guy here on the left side. His name is Blaze. He's the one that's talking here. And this is his son, Sebastian. And he thinks his son's like a fucking idiot. And he is an idiot. But anyway, so Blaze is like the head of all the prosecutors. And he's trying to take down our character, Miles Edgeworth, who is this guy right here. And we are taking him down because we're like basically uncovering the fact that he has been falsifying evidence and been doing a bunch of illegal stuff. And he is the one who killed the murder victim in this case and then used people to cover up his crime. And so we're exposing that because he supposedly has a burn on his face because he had a mask on and didn't ever interact with anybody like knowingly with his identity. So we have to identify him by a burn mark on his face somewhere, but he's got a big beard or whatever. But his son knows that he has a burn mark and just sort of exposed that by the way he reacted, because he said, I don't have a burn mark, and his son's like, but Dad, and he's like, shut up, son. So that's where we're at with this. So we're basically about to uncover that he has a burn mark on his face, I guess. So just to give you guys a little more setup. You have a nice stream. I absolutely will. Thank you. It's been made better since all you guys are here. So I've got 2 raids. Okay, I did shout out Squash, but I also forgot to shout out Panther earlier, so I should be able to do that now. Yeah, if any of you guys haven't checked out Indigo Panther, she's another great streamer. And she rated us just before Squash, and I forgot to give an official Twitch shout out. So there you go. Oh yeah, here we go. You guys are ready for this? It's gonna be intense. At least to me. I love these games, guys.
You know, Sebastian, if you weren't even able to notice something like that, you're really not worthy of being called my son, don't you think?
Poor Sebastian. Oh man, you have no idea. For you guys who haven't been following this whole time, you have no idea how fun that is to see Sebastian run away crying because he thinks he's the best and he's actually like the worst prosecutor. It's actually pretty gratifying. Yeah, you're so kind. I needed to hear that today. Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad I could say that for you then, because it's true, Panther. Hell yeah. Awesome.
Even my son has disappeared. Oh my. It's enough to make me cry, you know? He was trying his best for me, and yet he was totally useless, you know?
You are truly a despicable person. As the chairman of the PIC and as a father. Even I feel sorry for that foolish prosecutor.
Poor Mr. Prosecutor.
Blaze the best. What do you think of your own son?
He's just a useless pawn, you see. Whoa now. Maybe you should look in the mirror before you criticize me, you know? I mean, even you. You also used Sebastian to get close to me, didn't you?
I cannot deny that. However, he is not a mere pawn. He always tries to do his best, even if the results aren't up to par.
I've seen just how hard he tries, and yet you refuse to even acknowledge it.
That kid is no good, you see, no matter what he does, or is told to do.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering to you, I shall leave this offering to the goddess of law to you.
I think I still said that wrong.
Deliver her divine judgment against Blaze the Best.
Yes, and that was my intention from the beginning. I'll never let them get away, not if I'm on the case.
If there was a burn mark on the conductor's face, then Blaze the Best must be hiding it. What was he wearing during the auction? That is the key to revealing the truth.
Well then, allow me to hear your answer. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face.
What? They come out of nowhere with some of these things. What? We're trying to prove that I gotta sit up for this a little more. What is going on? Prove that he had a burn mark on his face. It proved that it was on his face? Wasn't it the testimony from Karen? Right? I just feel like, do we even need to look at that again, though? The conductor prepared wigs so that the same person is there with both straight wig. Nope, it wasn't in here. I thought it was Karen who said that, though. What proves that he had... Damn, dog. Did one of the letters say anything that would? I don't think they do. Your most precious memory. God, what does that mean? Ticket stub, purple flower. Kay's memories, key card, candelabra. Dude, I don't know what proves that's on his face. Lotta's testimony doesn't say that. That's just the gavel and stuff. Yeah. She only heard stuff. Stuffed animal, they talk about the recording, or in the recording, but they don't mention the face, right? Let me double check. Let's see if we can't check the recording here. I won't even guess because this game wants me to look bad by getting it wrong because it's convoluted. It is convoluted. For sure it is. We can play back the audio that was recorded by twisting his horn. I want to do the voice.
I knew you were right away. You can't hide that burn from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time. Ah!
That didn't tell me anything, guys. That was not it. Lotta's photo. How did we know it was on his face, dude? I'm gonna have to look it up, dude. I don't know. What do we have that says that? Anything at all? It's gonna be so convoluted. Here we go. I'll let you guys know what the reasoning is. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. What the fuck? Alright, I was right that it was Karen's testimony. When I said that, I was on the right thing. And I'm on it right now. So I was right that it was that, but it's because the wig is his beard. The wavy wig, because she used the straight wig. He used the other wig on... Oh my god, it's because we've never known what he looked like. We didn't know what he looked like before. I would assume there's a photo of it, right? That's what I would have thought too, but apparently it's because I knew that he was covering his face, right? Because he's got to be the culprit, we know that. And he has this really long beard that he's tugging at all the time, and I feel like it was probably his hair that he was using to make it look like a beard, but apparently it's one of the wigs that his accomplice had to wear. He wore it to make a fake beard. What the hell? Why didn't nobody tell me he didn't have a beard the other day? Didn't Courtney know what he looked like normally? What? I'm so confused. All right, either way, we got it. It is so weird, absolutely weird. Totally freaking par for this game, dude. All right, here we go. If you would recall Miss Jensen's testimony, there's still one point that remains unexplained. 2 types of wigs had been prepared, one of which was left unused.
Do you mean the wavy wig? What are you talking about?
It was something Miss Jensen found when she switched places with the victim.
What does something like that have to do with the burn?
Inside the costume trunk, Miss Jensen witnessed 2 wigs. One of them had been used by Miss Jensen to make her look like the victim. Now then, just what was the other wig used for?
It doesn't seem like it was a spare wig.
There's no need to overthink it. Just compare the attire of the true culprit, the conductor, with that of the Blaze the Best. Or the Blaze, no, Blaze the Best. Don't stare at me like that. Don't you think there's just one spot where there is one huge contradiction? Specifically around his face. It's like nobody can get what he's trying to say, but he's not being like straightforward about it.
So that's not a wig at all.
Indeed, it was no wig. Blaze the Best, it was your fake beard. Oh, come on, I want him to burn the whole thing up. That's been my prediction all along, is that's what's gonna happen. This is a real beard, you know. Don't tease me like that, Edgeworth. Your son must have realized the truth before anyone else. That's why he was trying to so desperately to protect you. You were also worried that he would tell the truth. Isn't that what you drove your son away from here? Because he knew that his father was hiding a burn under his fake beard. Blaze the Best. How about you remove that fake beard of yours? Yeah! Oh yeah, dude. I called it. We'd burn his hair up and then we'd see it.
Ah, a burn mark. Prosecutor Edgeworth, justice has been served before the goddess of law. For that, I give you my thanks.
I should be the one thanking you.
Blaze the Best, I hereby announce my verdict. You shall be taken into custody for the murder of Jill Crane.
Boom! Get owned. April 6th, 19, what the fuck? 9:44 a.m. 1956. All right, anyways. Grand Tower, PIC meeting room.
Mr. Edgeworth, thank you very much. I'm so happy that you believed in me to the very end.
There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor. No. As a friend. I simply wanted to save you.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I bring good tidings. It seems that former Chairman DeBest has been safely detained in the detention center. However, the search for the murder weapon, the auction gavel, continues. Blaze DeBest is a shrewd man. There is a good chance that he has already disposed of it. There is also one piece of testimony that concerns me. Blaze DeBest mentioned that the only thing he did not fake were the letters.
What do you mean? Yeah, what do these letters mean?
First, he found this letter in Jill Crane's clothes. Then he also found this letter on Kay, who was unconscious in the storeroom. The contents of the letters seemed to suggest that the two had been corresponding with each other. Which is why Blaze DeBest assumed the two were working together.
Ridiculous. That can't be right.
After reading the two letters, he decided to pin the crime on Kay Faraday. In order to cast suspicion on her, he planted one of the letters in a noticeable spot. The deceased Jill Crane's left breast pocket. Isn't that just an excuse? Yes, that is what I thought as well. It may have simply been a last-ditch effort to save himself. However, before the stern eyes of the Goddess of Law, these are all trivial matters. His crime shall certainly not go unpunished. With this, I have finally fulfilled one of my long-standing missions.
Judge Courtney, will you tell me what you know? Why did Blaze DeBest murder Jill Crane? And what lies hidden behind this case?
Yes, I don't mind. You have the right to know everything. Long ago, Jill Crane was in love with a cameraman. That man was pursuing the black market auction as a journalist. And then, before he could reach the truth, he was erased.
That should really freak out Lada, dude. She was about to be the next one. Oh! Bitch fucking spider.
The feelings and the items Miss Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to the auction. She had come to exact revenge on the conductor, Blaze. Although in the end, she was the one who was murdered instead.
I see. So that's what happened.
While the Goddess of Law cannot condone her actions, we have succeeded in her goal of bringing Blaze DeBest's crimes to light.
So Judge Courtney's goal was to expose Blaze DeBest and reveal the dark secrets of the PIC.
By the way, what happened to the young prosecutor?
We have been unable to contact him for some time now.
Do you have any idea where he might be?
I had not been truly working for him, so...
I see. I feel very sorry for him.
What should you be sorry for? And is the fact that he was kept in the dark until... Wait. Is the fact that he was kept in the dark until now? Wait, what? Oh, what you should... That's what it is. What you should be sorry for is the fact that he was kept into the dark until now. I just read the first part wrong. No matter how cruel reality is, he will have to accept it. If he can't, he won't be able to walk in his own path in life. Ever. A father's influence is not something that is easily erased. However, I'm sure he will be able to change from here on out.
Yes, that's right. Surely you must be right. Will I, too, be able to walk my own path in life?
Will Kay get all of her memories back?
Kay, is your body all right? Yes? Thanks to you. I'm so sorry. Even though you're my patient, you ended up getting suspected because of me. Ouch. You can't just take care of the patient's body. You gotta take care of their heart, too. That's my granny. Kay, how are your memories? I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something.
Well then, I shall take my leave here. I will be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial.
Oh, Patricia Rowland. She was a bad guy from like a couple cases ago. That would be the trial for the murder of Horace Knightley, who's in charge of the defense.
Miss Crane was supposed to be her defense attorney, but now that she has passed away, we are currently arranging for a replacement defense attorney.
Jill Crane had been in charge of Patricia Rowland's defense?
I also have to get in contact with Sebastian quickly, since he's the prosecutor in charge. Well then.
But please wait. What about Mr. Edgeworth's prosecutor's badge? What will happen to his prosecutor's badge?
With the chairman's arrest, the PIC is no longer functional. So I cannot answer that question easily. Perhaps one could say only the Goddess of Law knows.
But that's...
You don't need to worry about me. This is the path that I have chosen.
It seems you have no plans to change it either.
Of course not. I chose this path to seek the truth.
With the departure of Blaise de Best, the law has once again returned to our hands. If you truly desire to continue the prosecutor's path, I am willing to assist you in reclaiming your badge. I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. I did not relinquish my badge with half-hearted feelings. I see. It seems that our paths of law will continue to run counter to each other. Until our paths cross once again, I shall have you hold on to that badge. That was my intention from the start.
Francesca's like pissed off about this. She's like, just let him be a fucking prosecutor again already.
However, on occasion, the goddess of law is quite generous. Please return this notebook to its proper owner.
Kay's promise notebook.
It seems this was scheduled to be put up for a bidding at the black market auction. The name Kay is written on the notebook. It seems Blaise de Best quickly realized this belonged to the girl. Some of the letters we found also contain the same name.
You speak as if he really did not know about the letters. Are you saying that Blaise really did not prepare the letters himself?
Yes. That man said so himself. Kay Faraday's goal was to steal back the notebook. Jill Crane's goal was to get revenge. In order to achieve their goals, the two teamed up to infiltrate the auction. Or so he says.
Unfortunately, this was all Blaise's misunderstanding. It was purely a coincidence. If the attorney from the PIC and Kay really were acquaintances, it would be strange that she never mentioned it to me considering her personality.
You really do trust her, don't you? In the end, the notebook was used as another red herring, but it's something that is very important to that girl, isn't it? I'll make a special exception and return it. I'm sure that's what the goddess of law desires.
That's... I appreciate it.
Now so pray that she recovers her lost memories. Good day to you, sir.
Is something wrong?
Oh. On the contrary. Kay, I'm returning something very important to you. Oh, nice. We got a whole fucking drawing for that.
This is...
Does this give all of our memories back?
Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Look, Daddy, I wrote them all down. Yep, I'll be sure to follow all of our promises and become a hero just like you, Daddy. Oh, that's right. There was one more. I forgot to write down the most important promise. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I'll be sure to remember. I never ever forget them. Always try your hardest to learn things you don't understand. That's right. I am.
No, that's such a scary, like, reaction for her, dude. It's like, it's okay.
I am the great thief who steals the truth, Kay Faraday. I'm the second Yatagarasu and Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Kay, you remember.
It's kind of embarrassing, though. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Even when I lost my memories, you were still always trying to save me, right?
Seems you're back to normal.
Wow, okay. You've gotten better. Your health comes first. Now you can relax. Just make sure you don't run off and lose all your memories again. Aw, Miss Jensen, Dr. Young, thanks for worrying about me. Hey, if you're feeling all better, how about changing back into your own clothes? I washed your clothes for you, Kay, so they're nice and clean.
These clothes. Wasn't Detective Gumshoe holding on to them?
He said forensics was done with them, so he gave them back to me.
Have they revealed the results of the analysis yet?
I'll be honest, I actually didn't think to ask about that. Now, more importantly, let's hurry up and get you changed, Kay.
Still, isn't it better if we do not remove her bandages?
Aw, she should be fine now. Kay just bumped her head. She didn't really have any major injuries.
Then, why was she so heavily bandaged?
Better safe than sorry. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure. That's my motto.
That's the other way around, right?
That's a troublesome motto.
Come on, Kay, let's get you dressed up.
Come on, Kay, let's get you dressed up over there.
It's like, Edgeworth's like, I'll dress you, Kay. Like, no. This is a family game.
Now this is definitely what a great thief should look like.
A smile certainly suits you best. In the past, and now as well.
Miss Von Karma, thank you for coming too.
I only came because Scruffy asked me to. That's Scruffy. He always wanted to see your energetic self again.
Gummy? What happened to Gummy?
Who knows? Maybe he was disgusted with the man who willingly threw away his prosecutor's badge.
I mean, he was upset about that.
Detective Gumshoe.
I must be going soon. I'll be taking these ladies in for questioning.
What's going to happen to the two of them?
One aided in the murder of an attorney and the other forged an autopsy report 18 years ago. Those crimes definitely won't disappear. Of course, I will mention in the court that they were being blackmailed by Blaze.
We'll be just fine. As long as Granny's by my side, we're invincible.
Well then, take care.
Is Uncle Ray gonna come back in the picture? Oh, we still got Lotta here. Lotta's still hanging around. We're gonna say goodbye to Lotta now. Now then, Kay. Sorry to ask so soon, right after you regained your memories, but I have some questions.
Sure, ask me anything you want.
What were you doing on the day you lost your memories?
On that day, I was asked to come to the Gourd Lake.
Gourd Lake, dude. Fucking throwback.
I don't know who called me there, though. As I was watching the moon at Gourd Lake, a person in a red raincoat approached me. All of a sudden, he used some kind of drug to knock me out.
What?
What is she saying? The place where Kay saw the moon was at Gourd Lake?
When I woke up, it seems I somehow ended up on the roof of Grand Tower. My mind was still in a daze, so I stumbled around for a bit. That's when I found the person in the red raincoat collapsed. I was startled, and when I stepped back in a panic, I fell from a high place and got knocked out cold again. And when I woke up, all my memories were gone.
Was it Shelly to kill her, dude? You think it was to kill her, maybe? He was in the first case. Is he gonna come back around, dude?
The person in the red raincoat. Who exactly was that person? Oh yeah, I was certain that I saw them walking in midair. Somehow, this is all starting to make my head hurt.
Please calm down. You're just a little confused because you only recently gotten your memories back. Most likely this is the main cause of your confused memories. Your memories of two places, your name on the notebook, you fell in a hole. I think it's the second one, but just in case, we're gonna say it. It's your memories of two places. This is probably the main cause of your confused memories. You saw the moon at both the Gourd Lake and Lake Park and the Grand Tower rooftop, which led you to confuse the two places.
Huh? But aren't they totally different places? Even if I was in a daze, do you really think I'd get them confused?
Most likely, there was something in the Grand Tower which led you to your confusion. I think it was the booth that she said they had come from. Yeah, I'm gonna undo it. We got a recent enough save, right? The Grand Tower rooftop and the Gourd Lake have 2 points in common. They both have a cherry tree and a rooftop stall.
Ah, now that you mention it.
Your memories were confused because you had been in two similar locations. The person that you first saw could not have been walking in midair. They were simply walking on the ground at Gourd Lake Park. You must have gotten that scene confused with the Grand Tower rooftop.
So that's what happened. How dare they steal the memories of the great thief? They'll pay for this.
Nevertheless, I wonder who was the person that assaulted Kay. The person in the red raincoat who appeared at Gourd Lake.
Was it Amber Alert? What's that noise?
It sounds like it's coming from the storeroom. Mr. Edgeworth, let's go check it out. What's this? My shutterbug sense is tingling. I smell another scoop.
You're still here.
That's what I was pointing out, dude. A lot is still around, dude. Man, we're still going. Fuck. I was hoping to get this done by 10. April 6th, 9:53 a.m. Grand Tower, 51st floor storeroom.
Mr. Edgeworth, this walkie-talkie thing here was beeping.
This transceiver. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before?
Oh, dude, it's gonna be the killer on the line, isn't it? He always goes through transceivers.
It's still beeping, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not particularly familiar with this sort of device.
Come on, we have to answer it. Here it goes. Click. Hello? Edgeworth speaking.
Kay, please don't just answer it on your own.
I'm speaking with Mr. Miles Edgeworth, I presume.
This voices.
Shelly the killer. I knew it. I fucking knew it, dude. I knew it. I knew it. Definitely Shelly the killer.
I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved? Are you aware of the mastermind who is pulling the strings behind this incident?
You? Why do you know about the incident?
That's not important right now, wouldn't you agree? Right now we're discussing the mastermind behind this case.
I've had an inkling that such a person existed, even before you said anything. After all, there was evidence to suggest that someone had used Kay to disrupt the investigation.
Huh? There was? So, who's that mastermind?
I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Would you kindly show me the evidence that indicates the existence of a mastermind?
Dude, I assume it's the letters. But I'm gonna look it up. It's gotta be the letters though, right? Because Kay didn't know Jill. We would have known that, right? Okay, the good thing I look because it's just one of the letters specifically. It's the victim's letter. It was the letter that Kay allegedly sent to the victim.
Come to think of it, I don't remember writing that letter at all.
Who could have prepared this letter? I, too, am quite curious, you know?
So you're not the one who wrote the letter?
What could I possibly gain from doing such an act? Is it not necessary for you to stand in court in order to make the truth clear? What can you possibly do now that your badge has been taken from you? I look forward to finding out from the shadows.
This man, how does he know all that?
Do we have an understanding? Please ensure you do not betray my trust. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Click.
He said the case wasn't solved yet. What did he mean by that? And why would Mr. the Killer even bother telling us that? Ah, nothing makes sense anymore.
This case has not reached its true conclusion yet. However, although I've lost my prosecutor's badge, who I am still has not changed. While I don't know where this may lead me, I shall reveal the truth. I swear it! There we go.
The end. There we go. Just after 10 o'clock. A brand new episode has been added. The last episode, the Grand Turnabout. There it is. Save that data. You got it. Hell yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I thought that was a lot of fun. And we're going to get to the bottom of this. It's crazy that Shelly the Killer wasn't the one behind that. That's crazy. So the person in the background of this one is Sebastian.
Oh, you nailed it, man.
Well, thank you, Crispy. And Papa. You nailed it, man. All right. Cool. Let me do a little save state action here real quick. Oh, you know what? I just remembered that I got my hotkey thing over there, and I totally forgot to whip it out. Usually I use it for the stream. So I usually like to save it a couple of times just to make sure I got backup slots. There we go. We are all saved up. Let's go to the chat screen. Boop, boop. Boop, boopy doop. Alrighty, right. Oops. What the fuck did I do there? Fucking up my mic. There we go. Got it in the right spot. So thank you to everybody again for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you guys had a wonderful time. If you had a wonderful Thursday, and hopefully you'll have an extra wonderful Friday. And for you, Crispy, hopefully it's a wonderful Saturday. All right, so tomorrow we'll be playing some Yakuza 3, as you can see right there. And I don't know if we'll finish it up, but we will be getting close to the end. So it's a great game. Just come by and hang out. I do voices in that one too. Not as cool as this one, but you know, I think it's fun. And then let's see. Let's look at the Strange Planet schedule. If anybody here doesn't know, I'm a part of a group called the Strange Planet, or it's just called Strange Planet. And we have 4 of us, so this is our schedule. So if you'd like to hang out with any of us, we are live quite often throughout the week. So got a lot of content for you guys. So after me tonight, we got Papa stream, and he should be live now. So we should be able to raid over into that. That should be a lot of fun. And then in the morning, we should have our man Noah, and you even get a Panda streaming tomorrow as well. And I want to say Papa's streaming tomorrow as well, right? Because I think he's streaming a new game. I think Scorn is coming out. I think Papa's going to stream that tomorrow as well. So we might get an extra stream. But I also want to always remind you guys of Strange Planet Sunday. On Sunday, we will be getting together. We're going to be playing some more Grounded over on my channel again. So hopefully we'll see you guys there on Sunday for that. We've been having a blast with that. It's going to be Panda, Noah, and I. We'll all be playing some Grounded. So we're pretty excited. It's a great game. Other than that, that's all the announcements I got for you guys. Yeah, I guess. Let's make sure Papa's on. We'll pop on in there. How's that? By the way, this song is by Noah's Archives. One of the members of Strange Planet. It's his Bidondi song. I'll be here tomorrow for Yakuza! Hell yeah, sounds good. Spider. Oh, is the spider coming up at me? Oh, God. Just get away from me, damn it. Why do you do this to me? Oh, yeah. Papa is still trudging through some deadly premonition. I forgot. Hell yeah. We also got Maverick Comic is also on. Give him a shout out as well. And ESG Domino. He's playing some Destiny 2. Oh, and Maverick is playing some more Illbleed, which is a very cheesy horror game. If you guys want to check that out, it's pretty funny. But we'll be jumping on into Papa's stream with some Deadly Premonition. It is such a broken game, but it's fun. It's fun to hang out. It's such a silly, silly story. But here we go. Let's start it up. I like this song. The spider took a ride on my car on the way to the store and back. Really? And he survived? Dude, it's crazy how bugs can actually like cling to your window and like survive. It's crazy. They don't just fly off. I guess they get like a little bit of like a wake going over them or something. It's funny. All right, thank you guys for joining the raid. I really appreciate it. I know Papa will too. Let me go ahead and get the raid message out there for you guys. You can slap that over in Papa's chat. I'm sure he'll be excited to see it. Got the top one for people with subs, second one for followers. Yeah, I was worried. It's like, come on, little guy, hold on! Hold on! Alright, guys, until I see you next time, stay happy, stay healthy. I love you all, and we will see you tomorrow for some Yakuza 3. Have a good night. Bye-bye.